budget cycle. You've got in your book a list of the departments and the order in which we'll, for the most part, review. We're going to have to shuffle around some people that had some time conflicts, but we'll begin with the courts and the prosecutor. We have both judges and the prosecutor with us, so I think we have Circuit Court and CASA up first. Judge Moeller.
Thank you. Really nothing different on this year's from last year's. There's one thing that I would point out in our personnel services. You'll now see a line for interpreter. If you remember last year, we brought Grace Tarleton as a permanent part-time position for the entire courthouse, and I think that's worked out very well. And so we have moved that from an 03 expense line to a payroll line.
Okay.
My number went up slightly, Judge Hunter's went down slightly, and what we did was we took the amounts that we both had in our budgets, added those together, we've now divided it out equally. And we did that because we are adjusting how some of our criminal cases are going to be divided between the courts. So you'll see a slight increase from what I used to have in my 03 line there. In my 01 line, you'll see a slight decrease from what Judge Hunter had. The total that we have budgeted between the two of us for interpreter would be the same.
Okay.
And that's just because between us, we're slightly adjusting how we divide some of the cases that come into the courts on the criminal side. Other than that, everything else is the same for mine. All the other expense lines were the same.
Well, you can't get any easier than that.
Yeah.
So are we doing okay on the pauper attorney?
Yeah,
Everything,
I
I
was
mean,
going to give you an update
yeah.
from public defender reimbursement, which I won't speak on what's going with capital case. Judge Hunter submits those forms, but what we submit on everything, that's going well. With what I just submitted for second quarter of 23, if we get that back, our total since we started in 2018 would be 613,000 would be coming back in. So it continues to greatly assist what we're doing with our pauper budgets.
Okay, great. Any questions for Judge Moeller?
So,
No, good job.
Okay. I assume usually you stay for the
yeah, I'll
rest
say,
of the,
and CASA.
Oh, yeah, CASA,
is,
yes.
Again, all lines I think were the same. That one, if you remember, we partially fund that from a grant we received from the state CASA program. The rest of that then comes usually January 1. I will do a transfer from our wraparound, which is my 03001 account. Wraparound is an account there for child-related services. I'll transfer a sum of money from that into CASA's budget, and that further funds it. So it is made up of a grant and then what is in our wraparound account. Other than just a normal increase for wages, there's no change in the cost.
okay.
And I would just comment that the CASA director, Hunter, is working so hard.
That's a great job.
This is a bargain for our county, and she really should be paid a lot more. She does a great job. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, good job.
Judge Hunter, Superior Court.
Thank you. Thank you,
Oh,
Carol, for your kind words. I would pass this on.
thank you.
Looking at the budget for Superior Court in the upcoming year, there really aren't a lot of changes over what we would call a steady state budget. In the upcoming year, we won't have the capital murder expenses, and so we won't be seeing flip up with those. Okay? There shouldn't be any capital murder expenses in the upcoming year. In one area of personal services, I believe it's line 20, bailiff extra help, I identified an area where I really could use some assistance from someone who's not a pauper attorney, but who is perhaps a retired attorney, to come in maybe once a month. Assist people who are close to being able to get a suspended license back into active status. And I think it would benefit to have, a lawyer who's retired maybe once a month or twice a month come in and meet with some people on designated dates and give them some advice, and there are a lot of self-help forms. But even when I get on the self-help website, the first thing it says is, this will take you about 2 hours to go through. And I know that for some people, they're like, oh, I'll get to that later, and then they go out and drive and they're suspended. A circular problem. So in any event, I think we could benefit the community by it.
Judge, hang on, you referenced
referenced
0020?
Yeah.
I don't have an 0020 on my budget.
I don't either.
I'm looking at the wrong document.
Well, there's
Come
a,
back at you a little bit.
0019 is extra help.
Yeah, that would be.
Is that the one you're looking at?
That's-
Okay, okay. And it has 4,000, is that?
Yes.
Okay, okay. Yeah.
Otherwise, might be some inflationary increases. It really is not a large change over a state budget. Sans the death case. Any of your questions? Followed by?
looked good to me.
Questions on this side of the table?
No.
Okay,
I don't. Looks good.
okay. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
I think our more significant changes are in the prosecutor's budget, so we'll turn the floor over to the prosecutor. And what tab are we looking at here?
17.
Say it again?
17.
17.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Tony.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk with you about my budget proposal. The change is significant, and I gave a heads up to Alan prior to today's meeting. This is going to look different, and here's why. And share with him some documentation. The prosecuting attorney council had Wagner and Irwin do a marketing survey, both of staffing and of salaries. That was a statewide staffing and salary analysis taken. Based upon the staffing report, the Clinton County Prosecutor's Office is short a deputy prosecutor and short a couple of paralegals compared to staffing around the state. That's not uncommon. Most of the offices around the state were short under their analysis. The analysis that they completed was based on public defender case weighting in the state, which they've been established. So based upon the number of cases that public defenders are allowed to carry, they analyzed the cases that were being handled by prosecuting attorneys and their deputies around the state. That was what served as a basis for saying that we need another deputy prosecutor. I have not asked for that deputy prosecutor in this budget. We just added another deputy prosecutor last year. So as far as our numbers in the survey, which showed our office here in this county staffed at 63%. We're one deputy prosecutor ahead of that number. So we're closer to 75% staffed at this point. And still working through the weighting and case assignment and letting things settle as we go forward with that additional deputy prosecutor. So I did not propose an additional deputy prosecutor in this budget. I did propose an additional paralegal. For a couple of reasons, I proposed only one. There's probably enough work for two, but until the remodeling is complete, I don't have space
Yeah.
for two more paralegals in the present office space that I have. I would have physical space for one additional paralegal. So I did submit that as part of the proposal in my budget. The salary analysis is what led me to propose a different pay increase for my support staff than what was proposed for other county employees. According to the salary analysis that the Prosecuting Attorney Council gave us, the salaries here in Clinton County range from 15 to 30% below the bottom market analysis around the state. So they prepared a market analysis, based on not public employment, but private sector employment as well. So their salary numbers were based upon that. I would say that here in Clinton County, given the size of this community, the legal resources that frankly are lacking, we struggle to find local defense attorneys. There aren't that many people that are in professional legal employment here in this community. That I'm not looking to set the curve on pay for people that are working in law offices in the prosecutor's office. So rather than propose the 30% increase, I propose a 15% increase for my support staff. So you'll see that the numbers that there are reflect for support staff a 15% pay increase over last year. That numbers.
Tony, can I interrupt? When you say support staff, is that deputies and
It's
administrative?
not deputy prosecutor.
Just the administrative staff?
Just the administrative staff.
Okay.
Which would include victim services, child support, and then the administrative staff in the prosecutor's office.
Okay.
I proposed only a 6% pay increase for the investigators. I have one investigator in child support, one investigator in the prosecutor's office. According to the staffing analysis, that is a sufficient number of investigators. But according to the salary analysis, they're already kind of in the middle of the salary analysis. So there's no reason for them to have a non-standard pay increase. I went with the 6% that was proposed for all county employees with 2 investigators. As to my deputy prosecutors, based on the pay comparisons with surrounding counties, pay for deputy prosecutors around the state has just been going up, up, up. And part of the reason for that is it's getting really difficult to hire. Law enforcement in general is kind of on a down cycle in terms of hiring. Prosecutors are kind of a part of that analysis. Public opinion. People don't come out of school saying, I want to be a prosecutor. So under the circumstances, the pay pressures are very real. But because of the support I've had from the council in the prior years, my deputy prosecutors are not that far behind surrounding counties. And that's primarily what I looked at. Boone County, Tippecanoe County are the 2 markets that were the most competitive for me in terms of my attempts to hire. And so what I proposed for them is an 8% increase. I would note that the state pay increase for judges and prosecutors was 7.8%. So that's just ahead of what the state increase was of prosecuting attorneys. So that was my budget, and doesn't adhere to one standard. So there's 15% for administrative support staff, 6% for investigators, and an 8% pay increase for deputy prosecutors.
And 1 new paralegal.
And 1 new paralegal.
How many paralegals do you have now?
Well, my office manager serves as a paralegal, and then I have 3 additional that serve as paralegals. One of them also has technical writing responsibilities. So,
Okay.
all the support staff serve in some sense as paralegals.
Okay.
And what's proposed is that you should have 1 administrative support person for each prosecutor or deputy prosecutor. So that's where we're at present.
You said, if I understood you correctly, that Wagner Irwin did the survey for the Prosecuting
They did it
Association.
for the Prosecuting Attorney Council statewide. This is something that's been identified as, it's not a local issue. This is a statewide issue.
So presumably, the information we'll receive on the countywide survey should reflect.
Should also reflect the same information.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
It's the same principles. to it.
Correct. Correct. What I had said at the earlier meeting when we talked about guidance for raises for this year was that I knew we were going to get that salary survey late enough in the year that I was hesitant to say we were gonna rely on it for the 2024 budget, we would have already advertised the budget, we would have already had this hearing, and it seemed like if we got it on September 1, 10 days before we were gonna, you know, in essence, finalize the budget, that didn't seem fair to department heads or the council. But I also felt like that if anything in there showed to be egregious, that it would be foolish to ignore the information. And so this, you know, this is one of those situations, I think, that I want to reserve judgment to make sure that the information we get on our survey kind of reflects this, but if it does, then, you know, there's a logical case behind it. Historically, the council has always done the survey that Dennis did, and whenever we had a position that dropped below 95% of the average, you know, we attempted to try to bring it up. So I appreciate the detailed explanation, and I think that the information we get in our report should corroborate what Tony's submitted to us. So I don't have any further questions. I made a lot of notes here, and I hope you all did
Yeah, I
too.
did
But
too.
does anybody else have any question or need any further explanation then on? Would the, just to follow up then, once we have the renovation complete, you would expect to have another paralegal then?
I see a need for an additional paralegal, in other words, 2 additional, opposed to 1 in this budget. Once there's space, I just could put in another. But, you know, it's one of those things, once you have people on staff and find out how much work they're capable of. But, I mean, at this time, according to the staffing analysis, yes.
One thing, since I have Judge Hunter, you're still here, and if you would pass it along to Judge Moeller, I guess one thing that maybe the 3 of you could, you know, maybe informally get together. One thing that I don't have a good feel for is that, this is looking ahead a year, but when we have the renovation complete, this room will be a magistrate court, a 3rd court, or is designed to be a 3rd court, and I have no idea what that will entail in terms of additional staffing or work, or how that spills over to your department, or, you know, and presumably that, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, but that magistrate court judge would do his own budget, or does that somehow fall under your purview?
I honestly don't know the answer to that, but I suspect that it would fall under the 2 existing budgets.
If you guys could kind of informally maybe start talking about that, because
It's not a separate court to be a magistrate. Courts usually is hired by one, paid for by state funds, but supports all the operations.
okay.
And I would think that all of that falls on the magistrate and not a full court. All under the budgets.
Okay. Well, we'll need to start thinking ahead
Yep.
about the overall staffing when that's in place. And our tax base isn't going to change, but we're going to add expenses. So I just want to keep all that in mind. Okay, anything else?
No, I was glad that Judge Hunter stayed. I should have said something when you were here before. I don't know exactly where this falls, but I just appreciate how the capital murder case was handled and saved us a lot of money. So, however, that was
It's actually, I mean, in a sense, until the sentencing occurs.
okay, but it looks like it's going to save us a lot of money.
Yes,
Okay. Thank you.
it's been, so at the point at which it ceases.
Okay, any questions over here? All right, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Who's next?
Okay, well, let's do, the commissioners don't have anybody that's going to be here today, so we can kind of look at that at whenever. Let's flip to the commissioner's budget.
Number 6.
Oh, here's Jada.
All right.
Okay, well, then, yeah, let's do
Go to number 2.
number 2.
I should be quick.
Okay, we like those. It's just kind of hard to get started right at 8 o'clock and I mean, it's just a little different schedule than our 9 o'clock meetings, so.
Right.
I'll wait for Jeff to get back here.
Sorry.
Okay, we got two budgets here with the assessor, the assessor and the reassessment budget. So we'll begin with the assessor's budget in the general fund. Anything that we need to know? Changes?
The only thing that I changed between the two of them, and I might have even, let me just double check that it was only in, yeah, I only did it in reassessment, so no. The only, everything for the county assessor one should be the same. I verified with my vendors that my contractual service fees were all the same, so, and actually, I think those mostly come from reassessment as well. I don't have much in the actual assessor budget.
Just the salary difference?
Yeah, just the salary difference, mm-hmm,
Okay.
yeah.
And then on reassessment?
Reassessment, the only difference, obviously, the one salary, the part where her, like, social security and that type comes out of there. Now, I did move, so I didn't, add anything, but I moved some money from the, extra help line, so out of line 19, and moved it into line 84, which was for seminars, meals, and lodging, because I didn't have any money to go to, like, we have our assessors conference and that's covered, but there are, other opportunities that I've been, like, for the Association of Indiana Counties and other training that I thought would be really beneficial, but there wasn't anything in there. So, I
Okay.
kind of looked at what I needed, that I knew for sure for my extra help to cover it, so I didn't short myself in any way on that.
Okay.
And that's, so then I just moved it from the one line to that one.
But it totals about the same.
It's the same, yeah,
Yeah,
yep.
$1,000 difference. So your contractual services, for some reason, I may be wrong, I was thinking that when we put that number in there last year, we didn't know what the new number was gonna be at the time. Would that be right?
Yes, so that would have been right at the time
When we were-
that the new contract
Right.
for reassessment was done, but that's a 4-year contract, so this is my, so we're in the first
So,
year of.
I
my
guess,
reassessment.
and it doesn't matter, because this is a non-reverting fund, and if you don't spend it, it stays in the fund, but we have it listed at 140, but it doesn't look like we need 140. I just
Yeah.
was curious. Assuming we're roughly halfway
Sure.
through, it would be about closer to 120, but,
And I meant to check and go back through some of the records from last year to see what else, Dana may have paid from that. Because I have the only, let's see, Exoff comes from its own line now.
well, yeah, so full year last year was just under 108.
So there, that may be
This is-
something that I don't need.
Sometimes, and I never understand the hocus pocus at DLGF on how they do it, but this is a budget that sometimes when we get the 1782 notice, we have to cut. And so maybe we leave it in there and we know that's a place to
I say
cut.
I can right, and I
If-
can double check too.
But that also looked like maybe a line we could take down a little bit, just
I
so that,
think that one is the only one that I just paid Tapco out of, but I'll verify that
Okay.
for sure.
yeah, but let's,
Cause his
let's,
fee is set, so I'll know to the penny what I owe for that.
if you would check on that and we'll verify that in September and try to get a more accurate number.
What's in your retainer fee?
The retainer fee also goes along with that, contract that I have with one vendor, he does a 4-year contract, and he does the legwork when it comes to reassessment. So he does the, like, driving and data collection, picking up any, like, new building information,
Okay.
bringing it to us. And per the DLGF's contract agreement, there has to be a retainer fee in it.
Okay, because it's back to the same question
It
that
looks
Alan
like-
just had on this, because in '22 it was 12,000 and you've spent 6,400, so I don't know if that's
Yeah.
another line to look
Yeah.
at as well.
And I don't know
On
if
there,
he only
so-
bills part of that each year, cause like I said, this is my first year actually, like,
Okay.
as the assessor, so
It's
I don't
mine too,
know.
so
I'll
that's
have
why I'm
to-
asking.
I'll have to double check on that part too, when it comes to the retainer fee. Yeah, but that goes along with, that is the same contract as the monies for line 3, I believe, as well, so.
Okay,
Yeah, I
thank you.
can check that.
That's a good catch, Todd. I hadn't noticed that. Okay. Again, pretty straightforward. Any questions for Jada?
No. Those were two I saw from the peanut gallery. Last year I was in the peanut gallery, but I remembered that conversation
Yeah.
about, we don't have the actual number yet, so we'll put this in.
Now, just as for the two newbies here, so when we have our county tax rate, that county tax rate is divided amongst several, I guess, sub-rates, but you have the county general rate. Jada has her own rate for reassessment. The Board of Health has a rate, and it's the two CUME funds, CUME Cap and what's the other one? CUME Courthouse. And all of those together total up the county rate, and we have a maximum. Did I miss one? I think maybe I missed one. CUME Bridge and CUME Bridge. All those together come up to the county rate, and we are at our maximum rate, so it's a zero-sum game. If one of those rates goes up, another has to come down because we can't go over our maximum rate. So to the extent that's where we want to be as accurate as possible here, because we don't want to try to have a rate higher than it needs to be to accomplish the purpose of the fund, because then that would allow a little bit more to be collected in the general fund as those even out. So that's why I was asking. Okay, any questions for us as you go through your first go around here?
No, I don't think so.
Okay,
I'll check those two and then,
we'll reconvene in September.
okay, sounds
All right,
good.
thank you.
You're welcome, thank you.
Thank you. We're gonna go to the commissioner.
Yeah, let's do the commissioners real quick, which I believe was 17. Nope, that was prosecutor.
Six.
Six, okay.
Tab 6.
Yeah, it was prosecutor I had on my mind.
This help keep up with it. You get used to it.
So guys, Jeff and Clark, help me remember, I should have brought my notes. I think I may actually have them now that I think about it. So Jordan is on vacation this week. Bert is out of town. Josh is on duty, and we knew we weren't going to have any commissioners here today, so Jordan asked to meet with Clark and Jeff and I as the budget committee a couple of weeks ago to go over what the proposed changes were. And there's just a couple of things that I'll point out, and at the time I didn't have line items or numbers, so it may take us a minute to figure these out. First thing was that the commissioners were adding on 01-0025 a position or a stipend for the ADA coordinator. And you'll recall that we had to kind of scramble this year and do some work to become ADA compliant, because by not being compliant, we were jeopardizing our community crossings grant and really any other federal funds that we might be eligible for. So Jerry took on those responsibilities, and not knowing whether Jerry would always be the one, it could be anybody in county government that takes on those responsibilities. The commissioners decided that they wanted to add a $5,000 stipend to whoever was doing that, so that we made sure we stayed on top of that and didn't have this mad scramble again when we had $1 million at risk. So that's one item that was added. There's an increase in the county attorney's salary, going from 48 to 52,000. Tom has not had an increase since he came on board in, I believe it was 2012 at all. And so the commissioners are proposing that we go up from 52, and then they would like to propose, just to give us a heads up, they would like to go to 56 next year and 60 the year following, so that they phase that in. But that seems reasonable, given that everybody else has gotten raises over that time and the attorney's contract has not adjusted. In the CUME,
I was going to ask, do we have any, I assume somewhere we have an idea of how many hours he works for the county?
I'm sure that the commissioners know. I don't know that. But that's kind of a retainer figure,
Right.
Carol. It's not
Exactly.
necessarily on a
Exactly.
per hour wage.
No, I
It's
know, I
just
was
to
just
have him,
kind of balancing it.
because I do know that
Last few years it's been.
well, yeah, the last few years he's had a fair amount of work, but I also know that I'll message him at weird hours and say, hey, I need a fund ordinance for,
He'll answer.
and he'll get that done very quick, and it's nice to have that
Good.
responsiveness. Let me see.
Sorry.
can't remember where, we were
Last thing I had
adding,
was-
okay, there it is. On page 2, 030042 is another large item. This is the, I guess we'll call it part 2 of the digitization effort, and that is that we signed the contract to have the digitization of the old records that were upstairs and stored off-site, but this is the line item that'll be the ongoing expense to keep us current. So each department's gonna generate documents that will need to be scanned as they are produced, and rather than try to split that up amongst offices when we weren't 100% sure what the volume was gonna be per office, we've got that as one number in the commissioners, and that's the Document Mountain Scanning Services line item 030042. We put 120,000 in there. We think that's probably a little high, but given that we haven't gone through a year yet, we thought it was probably prudent to give ourselves some wiggle room as we figured out how that was gonna go. So that's a new line item. In the cume cap development, there's a copier lease line item. The commissioners kept that the same, although we're gonna start a new contract, and Jordan thinks that when it's all said and done, we're gonna have some savings. At the time, they were looking at 2 vendors. I don't know if that's been decided since Jordan met with us, but there was a hope that we were gonna be able to come in below that number, but until it was official, he left it the same year over year. And then the last thing that he made note of was on the cume cap fund, that there's a reduction, like reductions, in the boiler repair line item from 30,000 to 10,000, reflecting the status as we have new boiler equipment.
The Cume Courthouse.
Cume Courthouse.
Okay, I was gonna say, I was confused.
I'm sorry, the first one,
I always have
you're
trouble
right.
finding
I'm
it.
sorry, you're right.
Okay.
I put CCD and I took that as cume cap, but it is Cume Courthouse, is the copier lease, and then cume cap, I believe, is the boiler. Did I have that right? Or did I make my notes wrong?
Cume Courthouse is a boiler.
Cume Courthouse is the
Courthouse,
boiler,
yes,
okay,
yeah.
okay, I'm sorry.
I don't know if it's a test.
No, it wasn't a test, it was an error as I was
Oh, yeah.
scribbling quickly on the,
Is there a budget in here for Cume Cap? I don't know.
Cap is under-
It's under us. Okay.
the only other item I would note is the mental health line item is at 249,033, up from 240. But everything else is pretty straightforward year over year. We did raise utilities,
I have that highlighted here.
Yeah.
That's what I was getting ready to ask about.
and to some degree, Jordan indicated that's a bit of a guess, because we don't know as we get across the road and add a meter and start having stuff on the new building, and, because that, by the end of the year, we will be pulling power over there. So, did you have a thought?
Well, I was just curious what it was, because it went up 20,000 with only 36% spent so far this year, so that's what it just caught my eye, and
It was an educated guess based on a year that's gonna be different than any year we've had before, so,
okay, that makes sense.
yeah.
And I forgot that that's supposed to be what, October
Yep.
of next year, so
Yeah,
we'll
so
have
we'd
3
have a
months.
quarter of a
quarter
year.
of a year.
So, yeah,
I didn't know if it would have its own line item, since it said courthouse utilities, if he was gonna put a separate line item in for the annex building, or leave it under.
that's a good question.
That is a
Now,
good
let's
question, yeah.
make a note of that if you would, Todd, and let's ask that in September.
Okay,
So that's the commission, that is the items for the commissioners that Jordan brought to our attention. Can you guys think of anything else that I?
I don't have anything else.
Tim did ask that he was gonna speak to that, so maybe we could shoot him a message and catch that department or that budget here a little bit. Because that is up a little bit, and he had some things that he wanted to explain. So we'll leave IT for when Tim can make it over. So that's the commissioner's budget, real quick.
That was real quick. Yeah.
We'll let them obviously have time to speak to anything that they want to prioritize or speak to in September, but those were the things that were the primary changes. Okay, let's go with the clerk. Clerk's budget.
Number 3.
Let me see. Okay. Good morning.
This is my first.
We're okay. So the way we do this, so, and you may remember this from when you sat in last year, but in the August reading, we just kind of go over any changes, anything that you feel like we need to make note of or requires an explanation that might be different than previous years. We're not making any changes, any cuts, anything like that today. We're just kind of taking it all in. So anything that you want us to know about your budget?
Really, the only major changes, and you've probably noticed this, is just for the election. 2024 will be the presidential election, so
Right.
I need the explanations, I think.
On the wrong budget. I was on the circuit court. Okay. So nothing in the actual clerk's budget then that,
Do you, I mean, you want me to? just
well,
let
so
you
we
know
have
what-
clerk, we have three, we'll have clerk, the clerk budget, the registration of voter budget, and the election board budget as separate budgets, and then the records perpetuation. So looking strictly at the clerk of circuit court budget, looks like that's maybe pretty straightforward with just salaries.
Yeah, salaries, I upped our office supplies, last year, I mean, it's usually been 12, but last year it was taken back down to 10.
Okay,
I upped it back to 12. I know last year the remaining balance was 1,300.
okay.
Just the cost of things.
Looks like your seminars, meals, and lodging went up a little bit, which makes sense for a new
Yes.
department head.
I did want to point out the clerk miscellaneous office repair.
Okay.
1,000. That, please mark through that, that was my mistake. Last year, you had taken that and added that line to service agreements.
Okay,
So just mark that.
so we're zeroing that out?
Yeah.
Okay.
So does that mean it's in here twice? You got it here and then you also have it in another?
Yeah, I think Alan added that like to the service agreement, so I
Okay.
think service agreements, he upped it
Gotcha.
to the 5,500, I think it was like
I see.
1,500
Yeah.
less, so, yeah, I'm good.
I don't remember what that $1,000 was, but I think it was a service. That's why we did that, if I remember right, but it's okay, as long as
Yeah,
it's,
it's
as long as it's accounted for.
That's fine, yeah.
Okay, so then let's flip to the registration of voter. That one's usually kind of is what it is.
The only change I had on that was no ink.
Mhm.
Up that by $500. I did that because I had 15 of the e-poll pads that e-poll pads are like iPads that check in on at election time. We upped that by 5, so we have 20 poll pads. We have more locations. We thought it might
Okay,
service fees.
okay. And then let's look, and as you indicated, the one with maybe the biggest change is gonna be in the election board for the new members. We do see kind of a cycle, going with the election cycle, and presidential election years are always the big year, when we have to have the most staffing, the most, voting access and sites, just everything, meals and all of that, kind of stuff. So you'll see those, if you compare them to last year, that's a bad comparison. Comparing a municipal election year to a presidential election year doesn't compare very well, but, and we don't really have the numbers on our book here going all the way back to 2020, but, I imagine you would see something very similar in 2020. So, anything anybody wants to ask about, I mean, just even to learn about, feel free to.
Yeah, what is the Easy Vote Solutions annual fee? There's not one even, was that just a one-time fee in '23? It's about, it's a,
030011.
That's some software that we have right now. Actually, we've decided we're not going to renew that.
oh, okay.
So
Okay.
let's-
So that's why it's a 0 this year?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stephanie, can you, on the county election board, are we on that page?
Yes.
Can you share what the 0016 is?
Precinct board members.
Precinct board members. So our vote centers, I'm gonna start with this, the vote centers we added a location, which is the airport. We are actually, just for the presidential, looking at a 4th location, which is. So another vote center would mean more people. We are also wanting to add 2 more people at each location.
So this is pay for the people who are there working the day, okay.
Their stipend.
Okay, I just want to make sure that I understood what it was for.
So we're wanting to add more people to help. It's such a big election, the lines and everything. We're kind of in a struggle with the election with, a lot of our poll workers are older. It's hard, and I understand, like, there's clerks, there's judges, and there's inspectors. The judges are on their feet all day long. Trying to maybe have the clerks and the judges know each other's role so they can kind of help fill in and take some of that pressure off them. So maybe some of them can sit part of the day, some of them can stand. It help. I mean, as an election board,
Thank you for explanation.
On the 010013, it says ABS board member, but I can't figure out what ABS is.
that's our absentee voters, or absentee workers. And we're gonna have more workers in here for that.
That's the people that work in this room?
Yeah.
They're
Okay.
processing the absentee ballots.
Yes.
Okay.
And their pay was increased this year, so just.
Okay. Okay.
I did want to mention our machine mechanics. Their budget was at 10,400. It should have been raised to 11,400, so I'm 1,000 short.
It's 11.4. We talking about
It's
01,
Are you talking about the current year?
What I'm talking about for this year.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
23.
You're short for 23.
Okay.
Short,
Would you
yeah.
have a spot where you could transfer that for 23? Maybe to that.
Okay. Okay, any other questions? And then the last budget is the records perpetuation, which is, we usually just put in some extra labor, an extra labor line item that you have access to if
Yeah.
needed.
That one. There's two things. So per you, last year, you said maybe we could use some of those funds for new furniture after the renovations are complete. Also, just in the future, I mean, if the courts were to get magistrate, I mean, we might need a person.
Are you talking about from the records perpetuation, or are you talking about one of the other budgets? I guess let me make sure we're on the same
Yeah, the
page.
records
Okay,
perpetuation, 'cause
okay,
I think it was always in there as for like extra labor.
okay. So really, by the time this renovation gets done in here, we're gonna be talking about the 25 budget, but.
Yeah.
So keeping that in mind, next year at this time, you may want to put a line item in there for furniture, but I don't think we need to do it for 2024.
Is this a non-reverting fund where the balance?
Yes,
grows?
correct, yeah. Okay, any other questions for the
Yeah,
clerk?
I have another
Yes.
question, Alan. In one of the other ones, I was looking at it, and then I'm now looking at the clerk's office. I don't see anything in here for an expense for retirement.
We do all that in the council budget.
Oh, okay.
All of the general fund budgets are
Well, one of the other ones we already looked at, it did have it in there.
typically, if it's a fund that has its own, I think that was reassessment. So reassessment has its own tax rate, so we can move some over to there. But anything that's paid out of the general fund that comes out of the county general tax levy is lumped into the council budget.
Oh, okay.
One line, yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah. Good question, though. Okay, I don't have anything else. So.
You betcha.
You got everything? I mean, we got your extra help. We was gonna, since we're gonna be inundated with the new election. we thought.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, adding two more people to each
You got-
centers.
Yeah.
significant people to help you.
Okay.
On the election part, like for meals and such, I just wanted to let you know, like I went from 1,200, I raised it to 2,000 because we noticed we're eating on $8 per person. Our poll workers they get $13.33, so $40.
Yeah.
This is the last election, I was really pinching my pennies, just
Yeah.
on $600 for.
You got to get a
I
Jimmy
mean,
John
13
Slim for
people.
that, right?
Yeah, I mean, we really stretched it, so,
Okay.
we really need that.
All right. Thank you, Stephanie. Okay. I do want to, I'm sorry for everybody that's here waiting, but Tim, I want you to come up with it. We had already gone through the commissioner's budget and we left the IT budget out because I knew that I wanted you to follow up on some of the things you shared with me. If we could go back to the commissioner's budget, on the last page of that tab is the IT, what tab was that?
Six.
Okay. So, I don't know if you want to just speak to some of the things you've got in there. I know we had an increase in the services line. We had, I can't remember what some of those things you pointed out to me were, Tim.
So,
New data center switch, a couple of
yeah,
things like that.
So just some, I guess, maintenance that needs to be done, like with the data center switch, we're at capacity. So if we ever add another facility to the circuit, we're out of space. The device is also about 8 years old, so it's kind of time to just do some preventative maintenance on that. The DC line went up a considerable amount this year. My thought with that is talking with Shane at the utilities to rent more rack space to equipment out of the jail as a backup.
Wait a minute, just to be clear, you said the DC line, you mean the data
Data
center
center,
line?
yeah, sorry.
Yeah, which is 030066, went from 4550 to 14,000, so,
For us to be able to put more equipment as a backup for the jail system, it happened to the building. Space was expensive. It was basically the same cost to put in an entire cabinet for the county. So from a few $100s for the new space that we're renting to $1,000. Basically, it was going to be the same price,
okay.
no matter which way we went on that. It's nothing that we absolutely have to do, but all the stuff at the jail is in the basement. So as you know, over there, pipes are getting older. Sometimes we have some accidents. We don't want to flood the IT room and lose hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of equipment and be completely shut down for weeks.
So that data center cabinet would be here?
It would be actually out of the light plant in their data center.
Okay.
So completely away from all the county stuff.
And so moving away from the stuff that's at the jail? Or was this a
Half
backup?
of it will be at the jail, half of it will be there. So it's kind of like a backup, like what I do for here.
Okay,
So we've got a similar setup here. At the time, we were able to just rent the space that we needed. So basically 50% of the courthouse stuff is here, 50% of it's out at the data center. So the idea is if power outages and things like that should be minimal, except for not having a generator here. Sometimes the stuff doesn't flip when those switches just say I'm done. That's the thought behind it. And kind of thinking with what Renee's doing with her remote dispatch center, trying to put them in a situation that if something was to happen to the building, we're not completely. Police does require the Spillman server as well. So, that's not just the county that would actually, fire, EMS. So that's the thought behind why I increased the DC center lines for next year. The labor internet lines, our main ACCS line went up. Part of that's to cover additional cost in our labor. Archive server for next year, just trying to cover the additional maintenance costs on it. Fiber went up just a little bit, but that's again to cover the annex building. We got part of it in for this year. I don't know when we need to make fiber live for next year, so that's kind of just a guess.
Mm-hmm, right. I think we're,
Firewall subscription, that's where we have the multi-factor authentication. I think that we got to keep it the same price next year, or this year, but next year it will probably increase. So additional
Okay.
cost there.
We haven't paid any this year?
Unfortunately, Jerry kind of gets confused, and that came out of the computer peripherals line instead of out of the firewall line. So we did pay about $16,000.
Okay, thank you.
This year, it just took it out of the wrong fund.
Okay.
so was that 16,000 for the year, or was that just?
Yeah, that covers duo for the entire year. The firewall renewals are always in like November, December. So
Okay.
a large portion of that gets
So do you really think we need to keep that, you're estimating more than double
Double that, 16, but
at 30?
well,
we haven't gotten a
so
bill, we haven't got a bill for November, December is what you're saying.
that's the actual firewall portion. So we paid duo in May.
Okay,
That's our multi-factor. The firewall, which does malware, scanning, different aspects to try to minimize users being able to do malicious sites, things like that. So that's what the firewall subscriptions are for.
okay.
So we basically pay 2 subscriptions to.
But they're both out of the firewall line?
They both come out of that
Okay.
line. So I treat it as like the firewall security line. So
Okay.
it deals with all of our kind of security.
So we still have more to pay, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Just so everyone knows, Marcia just made a note of that so that we can make an adjustment. If something gets paid from the wrong spot, we can do an adjustment.
Okay.
Unfortunately, it comes from a vendor I use for other stuff, and sometimes
just-
Jerry overlooks it and
Okay.
it gets taken out along the way. That's a question.
You had a reduction of 7,000 in the website maintenance.
Hopefully that means the website is actually finished this year and we go back to the normal maintenance for
Okay,
next year.
okay. Okay, right,
Is the thought behind that.
okay.
I think computer and peripherals were down.
And that's in
Cap.
Cume Cap, yeah. Okay. Some technical stuff there, but I wanted you to hear that from Tim rather than us just looking at lines and not knowing what they meant. So, any other questions before we move on?
I could ask him questions all day, but it's okay, I won't.
We trust that you know what you're doing.
Somebody does.
I appreciate the explanation.
No problem.
Okay, thanks, Tim. Dan's got another commitment here later this morning, so I wanted to work through the surveyor's budget here and let him go to his other commitment.
There's the surveyors.
So,
23.
23. And we've got a few budgets under that tab. Good morning,
Hey, are
Dan.
you, good morning. Are you going to drainage school this year?
Yes.
I was supposed to ask you for Farm Bureau Board, if you want reimbursement, let me know.
That would be up to you. We do have money in our budget to.
Okay.
Say yes, Dan.
Yes, say yes.
Yes.
All right, beginning with the general fund county surveyor budget. Anything you'd like to share with us about that budget?
Is that where the truck is at?
It is not, no,
Okay.
no.
We'll find that one. I don't believe there's anything there. that I changed, that they could be, but I do not have my cheat sheet.
I think, Dan, we moved the truck actually came out of the landfill budget is where that was located. Okay. I think this one's pretty much just salaries are different.
Salaries.
I think that's the same on drainage board. Plat book is actually a little bit lower.
Yes. We're still looking at taking some more money out of that to do our section 4 perpetuation. No, I'm sorry. Or, I left LiDAR in there, not LiDAR, but the pictometry,
Yeah, pictometry, yeah.
in case we're going to need that next year.
Well, I think we do. Isn't that a 3-year contract?
Is it 2 or 3 year
Yeah.
rotation?
Yeah. And I think next year is just year 2. If I remember, I think last year, the current year, I thought was the new,
That may be right.
yeah. We might have actually had the flyover in 22, but we started the payments in
I think that's what
23.
it was.
Yeah. Okay. And then we had the corner perpetuation fund had 50,000 for, which is an increase from 25 for professional
Yes,
services.
That's where we're going to be doing a much larger section, particularly out 6528, perpetuating the buffers out there and make sure they're in place. We, like everybody else, are anticipating some expansion and growing use of those corners.
Who does that?
We typically hire Butler Firm in Cypress.
Okay. Okay. Surveyor user fee fund is up a little bit. Okay, there's 20,000 in there for a new truck for next year's budget, but you just have one coming in, correct?
We were unsure when we did the budget, when that truck would be coming in. They told me it could even be in 24 before we received it, so I left that in there, so that could come out.
So go ahead and share with the council what you'd shared with me about the current truck situation.
Well, I've actually purchased 2 trucks. I ordered the first truck, we got it outfitted the way we wanted, well, not outfitted, it was set up the way we wanted. After I signed the order form, sent it in, he notified me that afternoon we could get the actual truck that we wanted. Ford had brought those back online for ordering. So we ordered that new truck. I sent him an email canceling the old truck. He did not apparently read the email, so he notified me last week that our first truck had arrived. So we do have a truck that is available to any other department in the county, perhaps the city. It's a great truck, Ford F-150 four-wheel drive, skid plates on the bottom, set up pretty nicely. At about 53,000, I believe. I don't know if there's another department that could use that truck. If not, they will take it back or keep it, resell it to somebody else that wants it. They're in demand right now. It takes a while to order one of these and get them in. But we do have an extra truck available, and if we don't find a department that wants it during this budget cycle, we can tell them we don't want it. They will do something else with it.
So I indicated to Dan I wanted to get through the budget to see if we had requests for a vehicle in here, so, but I wanted you to hear, we do have an extra
Interesting.
vehicle.
Interesting.
It's gray.
Yeah, it's dark gray. It'll look very much like the truck the street department has. Jason's truck's a dark gray. I think they might have 2 of those.
Jason and Wooly.
Yeah.
If it was white, I'd be interested, but not gray.
See, I was the opposite. I didn't want white. They offered me a white one.
So we can take that truck line item out of the user fee fund for 24 then?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Not many changes there, but any questions for Dan?
So you're saying the new truck, 20,000 can come out,
Correct,
Yeah,
just
and-
zero that,
and-
040006. you
and
can
the
zero.
new truck upfitting too?
No, the upfitting I'd like to keep.
Okay.
That's the peripherals that go with the truck, things we have to add to it.
You still need
transmitting
that, you
radios,
still need
things
that,
like
okay, okay,
Which we may not get all complete this year.
okay, okay,
Due again to ordering factors.
okay.
All right. Very good. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Dan.
If anybody would like to see the specs on that truck, let me know.
I've got it in the
Yeah.
email, I can forward it if,
Okay,
yeah.
all right. Thank you.
All right, I think Liz was here next. Area plan, number 1. Good morning.
I will note, well, totally, not prepared for it in this year's budget. Our truck was bought the same year as the surveyor, our older one, and it is definitely climbing in its maintenance costs. So we're looking at, we talked to you about maybe pushing that to the next year, but that truck is definitely, I don't wanna say it's getting to the end of its lifespan, because there's plenty of life left in it, but in terms of being low cost and handling the banging around out on job sites, it's starting to experience, issues like seat failures and, just things we're having to be creative about replacing. It's got a ton of rust.
What year
Underneath.
was that? When you-
2014.
14, okay.
Yep, and it's a Dodge, so that rust now, we've found shops that can like custom tack the running boards back on several times, but now there's nothing left to tack to, so like when you drive it, the bottom end underneath and the wheel wells is all, starting to come out on that truck. So at some point, it's just there. I was looking at putting it in for 2025.
All right, well, let's,
But I'm just gonna throw that out there since there seems to be other conversation. I don't know, I have no idea where pricing is on new trucks. I know our white one, 4 years ago, we got for substantially less than, the price tag you're talking about for the surveyors. So it may be that we can beat those numbers by waiting, but I'll just throw it out there. So, and we are not particular on color, as long as we'll get on and off the job site without stranding us. We'll drive it. The one thing we are super particular about is the hands-free Bluetooth connection, because we get constant streams of phone calls from contractors and the public, and we can't have somebody unable to communicate for 8 hours a day. And obviously it's not legal nor okay in the county handbook to be holding your phone, so that hands-free allows us to be pretty seamless in our service while we're working.
okay,
So-
I made a note.
Okay, so anyway, the budget itself, I've got a few more tweaks this year than sometimes. I'll start at the top. Salaries, for existing positions are just the recommended, 6% the council wants to put in. What he wants to do with that. There is a new position stuck in for conversation, my understanding, and commissioners, is there's a number of other more pressing needs in the county, so we understand that our situation may in fact not be the highest priority, but the feeling was generally to at least put it in for conversation. This just has to do with the consistently growing workflow, and then the challenge that we are running into pretty hardcore right now, and will continue to be a problem in that we have no depth of training in our office. So when we lose a critical position, if we can't find somebody qualified, it ends up being very, very difficult. So the goal for that new position, it's something we've talked about for about 3 years now and kind of been on the fence on, would be that they would help bleed additional labor off the building inspector and the zoning administrator, but also they would be training under those positions, so that ideally over time, when we lost one of those positions, we would have somebody already qualified to be able to move into that, and then we'd be hiring from the bottom instead of losing critical services and then tying up all our office staff trying to survive and dropping balls, which is the position that we're in now.
Yeah.
Probably will be in for a little while yet. So that's the primary goal of that conversation, but it's.
Can I stop you? I want to ask a question. So we're currently using contract services for inspection, right? Because we don't have an inspector, and that is costing us a lot more than had we had an inspector, correct?
So it costs more, but it also generates a ton of frustration among the public, because typically they can call and get an inspection within 24 hours, 5 days a week. So if somebody needs to pour concrete for a footer, or the two most urgent types of inspections are usually concrete pours and electricals, because somebody's sitting there without power, possibly without oxygen, you know, it kind of depends. Or certain times of year, no heat or no air conditioning, so that tends to make people very irate when they can't get a quick response. So we have lost our ability to respond quickly. Right now, we have inspections available like 3 days a week in the afternoons. Then Kat and I are covering the ones that we're qualified to cover. It's just kind of a hodgepodge. We've definitely had some.
I guess
Some bumps.
the point I was gonna make is that we're kind of paying this 43,000 anyway. We're just paying it to a contractor at the
Yeah,
moment,
it-
because
it pays-
we're paying higher than it would have been if it
Yeah.
would have been a building inspector.
And I will note, even when we have a building inspector in that position, we still pay out of contract services for backup inspectors, because the building inspector, according to the handbook and just reasonable ways that you treat employees, is entitled to time off, sometimes is ill. Our inspectors have, well, usually 1 to 3 days a month of training. A new inspector will have more than that as he's coming up on codes. So there is no backup for that person at all, except Kat and I, and our qualifications aren't quite the same. So there's some things we can do and there's some things we're not comfortable doing, because doing them wrong can literally interpret out to somebody's death, you know, if something were to happen down the road. So we're kind of careful in knowing what we know and what we don't know.
So are you saying even if we hired another person, you'd still be doing some contract inspection?
Well, no, what I'm saying is right now, we don't have another person. So when we have a building inspector hired, we still pay out contract services, because if our inspector needs a day off or is at training and inspections are needed, that's where that bleeds. So
Whereas
what
this
would happen
person
in
could
another
cover that.
position is you wouldn't send, as a general rule, them both to a training or let them both be off
I see.
on the same day. You'd have some internal coverage,
I see.
you know, within those duties. So right now, we handle that with, yes, and that varies by the year. We've had some years where contract services is a lot, some years where it's a little confusing right now, because we're also running the solar farm through contract services. There's kind of
My-
overlapping stuff, and it's the same company, so.
My fear and my concern, and I've said this to you, is that if we're cross-training this person to do duties like you would do, or to do duties like the building inspector, that all we're doing is training them to then be hired as a building inspector in another county, because we don't have the position open after they've received that training.
So that's a known risk, and I would point out that historically, we're in a little bit different situation now, because with the adjustments the last few years, we're sitting on the lower end of average. But historically, that is what Clinton County has been, and not in a backup position, but in our primary. There are individuals, qualified planners, working in Indianapolis, Tippecanoe, with long careers and far better pay than we were able to offer them, that were trained by Mark Mills. We have a history since Mark came to the county of a high level of competence. I get regular invitations to speak, you know, from our perspective, which is a privilege. But I owe my training to Mark Mills as well, in terms of where I got started. So I guess my point is that problem is not new, and unless our budget changes into a way, we don't just compete with other governmental entities for zoning administrators, directors, and building inspectors. We compete with private industry, which is extremely healthy right now. We are all qualified to work for developers. We carry the same certifications they need. We're qualified to work for other entities that do private private inspections or private planning. We're unusual in that we do our comprehensive plans and our zoning ordinances and any other planning documents requested of us in-house. But most communities pay $100,000 to $200,000 every time they need one to consultants to do that. We carry those same qualifications. So it's just the reality of it. I do think if we had somebody and they did stick with us for 4 or 5 years and they begin to get certifications and be qualified, it takes 8 years to certify as a planner, earliest, unless you come from a college background, and then you have 4. Building inspectors, that's gonna vary, but you're gonna be a few years to start to get a range of competency. So yes, there is a risk that that person is carrying their weight and they're valuable to us and they are gaining skill, that we may have to adjust to hold them. And I guess at that point, that's a choice that has to be made. In my opinion, good qualified staff in technical areas is worth expenditure to have depth. but I get that that's a different evaluation from different perspectives and.
I just wanted to give the council the context of,
But yes, I think a point will come when you're either gonna have to choose to recognize that you're training a springboard and you're gonna have to retrain a new person and there's gonna be kind of a variation on qualification. Or you're gonna have to go, man, this person really fits here and they have great potential and they're doing a great job and they're bringing value. So maybe we're gonna adjust to make sure that they're motivated to stay, especially if they live in county and there's, you know, things
Right.
that fit holistically, or if we know a transition is likely to come. Our building inspectors, most frequently, are individuals within 10 years of retirement. So we do actually see, especially on the building inspector's position, comparatively more turnover, not because that's a plan, but the fact of the matter is a building inspector needs to be somebody who's already qualified in their field. And if you are a qualified, competent contractor, you're making well into the six figures a year, and you have a waiting list. So nobody in that position logically, I don't say nobody, but it's not normal in that position to see somebody go, I'm making 200 grand a year, but I'm gonna go work for 60. So normally what you see is when their bodies, you know, start to not hold up, then they start going, well, maybe I love what I do, I'm good at it, how can I morph my skills? And if they own a business and they have 30 employees, well, they might just morph within their business. But if they're a 1 or 2 or 3 man job, then they start looking. So a lot of our best inspectors are people who have long, competent histories in contracting, are very qualified in their own right, and are ready for a switch. So I would note, it's normal for us to see, we hold building inspectors for 4 to 10 years. Typically, Ty, we only had 2. I do think we're always gonna have some turnover unless we happen to find somebody that we've trained who's qualified, who maybe wants to make that their career. You know, you don't know, you can't, those are things you
Okay.
can't control. You just hire who's qualified and then you work within that reality. But in my 17 years, we've seen 3 inspectors across that period of time.
well, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. You were, go ahead and go on about the rest of the budget
Yeah,
then.
no, you're okay, I don't mind questions. I think that was the point of that, is to start to have some
Yeah, yeah.
conversation. So I have some other adjustments. Line item 317, vehicle maintenance, a $200 increase. I'm not sure that's gonna be enough. The Dodge is starting to become more unpredictable. But I know both vehicles, just by dumb luck, have been on the same tire rotation. So we're gonna need to do tires on both this next year. So making sure we have enough for that. Oil changes aren't usually a big deal. They're, I don't wanna say negligible, but they're not a large expense. And then the Dodge, I know this is where we may have to come for more appropriation, but at some point it may need some more body work. We'll just see kind of what happens. Sometimes we can find a shop that can help us, but we're getting to where there's just not a lot under there. So we're just increasing that a little to try to make sure we can at least make sure tires aren't gonna leave any of us off the road in the winter. Fuel and oil, we're decreasing by $650, or sorry, not fuel and oil, plan mileage, we're decreasing by $650. That was the line item from before. We had take-home trucks as part of our benefits that we used to claim out of, and that was originally way back like a $6,000 or $7,000 line item, and it's been gradually whittled down as we've transitioned and seen how the budget flowed. The reason there's a nominal amount in it is there are 3 of us that drive the trucks, 2 of whom it's part of our benefits, myself and the building inspector, but the zoning administrator also does. So when we have a building inspector and all 3 of us need to be in the field, we have to make a choice between whether it's worth paying the extra salary time for the second person to ride along and then have some time they can't do their job because the other person has to do theirs before they loop back through. Or sometimes it makes more sense, you know, if the inspector's not gonna be back for 8 hours, to pay for somebody to take their personal vehicle and draw straws for who that is based on distance and where you're going and what you gotta drive across. So there's always gonna be some nominal need irregardless. Dues and subscriptions increased by $350. That's just frankly, we don't have any new dues, but everything that we have is going up, you know, these last year or two. In each organization, maybe it goes up by 50 or 100, but it adds up across 3 professional staff plus the office subscriptions. Plan seminars increased by 500. I anticipate this may have to be increased again in the next budget, but again, I think it's reflective of post-COVID, everybody trying to cover, costs. I know I sit, on the state boards for the American Planning Association I'm elected into, and the Indiana Association of Building Officials, and the budgets for both of those organizations are really having trouble, on education that's needed for, CMs, in terms of keeping up with rising food costs, rising, accommodation costs, just everything goes up. So unfortunately, they pass that on, in fees, and you end up doing, less, with what you have. We are, as we hire in a new building inspector, eventually gonna see an increase in costs unless we're fortunate enough to get somebody already certified, which is probably not likely. So usually that first year with the inspector is quite a bit more. So, and then we have 2 planners as well. Reimbursed towns, that's an increase of 2,100. So this is an interesting category. This is actually reflective of increased income. So the agreement between the Area Plan Commission and the participating smaller jurisdictions is that their permit fees pass through to them. Now, inspection fees we keep, those help cover internal expenses, but that agreement goes way back to like 93, and get passed through, and typically that's been nominal, but we've actually been seeing more commercial development in some of our small towns. So we get, every October we pay that out, and we literally pay out exactly what comes in. And the last year or two, that line item has just been killing us as we're borrowing from whatever's left in other places because we've had unexpectedly high numbers of permits we've collected for. So it is a big jump, but it's a jump that's reflective of the jump in income that we anticipate is going to continue. And unless I've missed something, I think that's
I think that's it.
all my changes.
You do have 250 for computer and peripheral. Do you have some specific item in mind there? That's a small number.
Yeah, we
Like a printer
we just
or-
hold that because occasionally you have a mouse or a keyboard, something fails, and
Okay.
to be able to grab it at Walmart instead of having to go through multiple layers, it's just sometimes easier. But yeah, it's just nominal.
I was going to say, that probably to me, you could pull that under supplies and be fine, but
We've increasingly, kind of
Yeah.
not been sure which line item, and if that's the preference to pull it out from under supplies, I'm fine with making that adjustment. As long as we can get a mouse or a keyboard if something fails in a day and not be sitting as a lame duck, I don't know that it bothers me which line item comes out of. We typically have some left in office supplies, years we don't have big expenditures.
okay. I'm not sure it's worth adjusting. I'm just pointing it out.
Sure.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Questions for Liz?
No.
So be thinking about that new position request, and we'll have to make a decision next month, so. Okay? All right. I think that's all, Liz. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
If you need anything, you know where to find me.
All right, very good. I'll probably be in touch with you then about that truck. We'll see whether there's maybe some way to work something out.
And it's not
Yeah, yeah.
no
If
hill,
it-
no deaths.
Yeah,
just-
yeah. If it works, it works. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
just heard it and thought I know ours is coming in the next year, so I thought it was at least worth mentioning. I don't want anyone in a year and next year's budget to be like, well, oh, maybe.
Yeah, yeah,
No.
yeah. All right,
Thank you.
appreciate it. All right, soil and water,
Page 20.
page 20,
Well,
tab 20, tab 20. Good morning, I'm sorry you had to wait so long there.
Oh, no problem. Good to hear what's going on.
It's very interesting, isn't it?
Yes.
You want to be here, I know.
So, yeah, hopefully we're all looking at the same thing. Our 2024 request is 141,312, which overall is a 7.8% increase over 2023. A lot of that is the 6% increase for full-time staff. Very grateful for that. The biggest increase in our line items is for our part-time person, conservation grant personnel, which we raised to just over $13,000. Her line item had been unchanged for quite a few years, and our supervisors, she wanted to increase her pay, and increase her work hours a little bit for 2024. So that's why there's such a big increase there. Other than that, all our line items are equal to 2023, except for a $27 change in our insurance line item. We raised that just for our increased insurance costs. So as far as the conservation grant personnel, previously she had been making under $13 an hour, and supervisors wanted to see that go up to $10 per hour. So that's why there's such a big increase there. And once again, the resource conservation specialist salary, we try to reimburse the county for a portion of that salary from the grants that we receive. So at this point in the year, we're ready to reimburse the county $19,700 for that salary line item. In the past, I think it's most usually been around 60% reimbursement to the county. We aim to keep it over 50% reimbursement back to the county. We do have one grant program that's expiring in October of this year. We're seeking an application to continue that for another 3 days. Might be a gap in between current grant ends and the new one commences. So, but our goal is to keep the reimbursement of the resource at least about 50% back. So, as far as our grant programs, we do have 2 that we're currently administering, 2 Section 319 grants for IDEM. We're seeking to go another 3-year phase on one of those, and we're also going to be seeking some Clean Water Indiana funds. So we're keeping up on that. The state has increased their funding that they're putting into that program, so we're going to be submitting applications to try to get more of those dollars into Clinton County. So, do you have any questions about?
Yeah, Stephen, clarify for me, the resource conservation specialist, you said we were about to get a reimbursement of 19,000?
Yeah, 19,000.
Okay, but that you strive to get a 50% to 60%
Yeah.
reimbursement. So does that mean that's like one of 2 payments? Because if that salary's at 60, so that would be less than obviously 50%. So I guess I was just wondering if there was more to come, or was this year abnormally low, or how does that work?
Those payments come in, typically, it's supposed to come in quarterly, but they kind of come in periodically throughout the year. So it would be, with our 2 319 grant programs, quarterly, that would be 8 payments that we. This is at 19,748. I think that's for.
That wasn't the entirety of it. I guess that was my point.
There would be
Okay.
more before the end of the calendar.
Okay. That's all I wanted to know. Okay. And then the conservation grant personnel, that supports, is that supporting the resource specialist, the conservation specialist, or, I mean, that's the local administrative staff then?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Supports us and also our partners, NRCS as well. So.
Okay.
So yeah, disregarding the full-time salary increases, it's a 3% increase over 23.
I say this, I've said it many times, the amount of money that they bring into the community, I don't know if you know the total off the top of your head, but it's a substantial amount of money
I was gonna ask
that
that.
we can leverage through this department.
Our 319 grants that we're currently administering, the one that's expiring this October, that award was for $259,870, and the other one was for $177,000. That's just for the dollars that are coming in. Those are typically 3 years.
I guess just to point out that these really aren't expenses as much as they're investments.
Right.
So, any other questions? Clark and I probably deal with this a little more closely than the rest of you, but this is.
Yeah, we've seen Leah and Clint.
Yeah.
For years, and,
Yeah.
yeah.
Now it's Stephen and Olivia.
Yeah,
Thank you for your work.
yes, thank
I
you.
hope to be here again today, but have other engagements.
Okay, very good. Well,
All
thank
right.
you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
We'll see you in a couple days at the,
I'll be there with my work clothes on.
okay, tire recycling Friday and Saturday.
Thank you.
I'll be somewhere in that line.
Okay.
Gina is supposed to be, I asked her to come down real quick, because Steven's on his way. Oh, okay.
Let's do Gina and then take a quick break.
Okay.
All right, we like it. We like it. 24.
So the only thing that I did was I had to raise one of my service agreements up by $200. And then I did the 6% on
On salaries?
salary. So everything else was
Yeah,
unpaid.
that's pretty good.
That is pretty easy.
That is easy, yeah.
You win the award.
Why?
I'll say that's
Well, since that was so easy, I have a real pertinent question. How are you doing on the income side? Interest rates and
Interest
investments.
rates are fantastic. I just looked at them today. The Farmers is at 5.19. First Merchants is at 4.65. First Financial is at 4.0, and Trust Indiana is at 5.29.
Usually at the September meeting, I try to have more of a comprehensive report on the expected revenues, and I'll have Gina's been doing a great job. She sends me a monthly spreadsheet with the investment income, and so I'll share that. We're well ahead of where we projected last year that we
Well, that's
would be.
what I would like
Yeah.
to know when we get ready to do things, make decisions, is how much are we ahead of what this time last year we were predicting? And
I think we're way.
You want Gina to do,
yeah,
you want Gina to do the
The-
legwork for you, Clark?
That's
See what
already
the
done.
interest rates are?
That's already done. We've got that report. I can
I
share
think
with
I
you.
kept them conservative though, like around just that 5 in case they would dip down, but.
And it's a challenge that we're going to have as council, because when we have that strong interest income, it's, I don't want to say it's fool's gold, but it's not predictable into the future. You know, when that comes back to what I would consider more normal rates, we're going to lose a lot of that revenue, and I don't want us to plan spending based on the revenue now that we know is not sustainable. So we do have to, right now, we're allowing it to cushion our cash balance. And we have used some of it, but for the most part, we're being wise with it, so.
And also if they start to, the Fed backs up and the rates start going down, I'm gonna look back into CDs to try to get that now.
Yeah, at least lock in a couple of years. Just to give perspective, well, it wasn't very long ago, our interest income got down to as low as $50,000 for the whole year. And now
Last month was 150.
last month was 153. So that's where we're,
And I try to I've been moving stuff around and trying to just keep it where I get more.
You're playing the market?
Yeah.
yeah,
Safely though, safely.
right. So, good question.
Send her to Vegas.
Now, that number is not gonna stay that high, because a part of that balance is the $5 million ARPA money that we're getting ready to spend, so that money won't be earning interest anymore, and
And I think I kind of tried to, I used, how I do send the sheet to Alan every month is I tried to just use what we averaged last year, but then he said, oh yeah, we've got money that we didn't have, so I've kind of tried to take that off here and there to try to determine. So it's kind of still just a guess, but it's my best guess.
yeah, we do the best we can with, we don't know what the Fed's gonna do, and so, okay, thank you. All right,
Nice and easy, thank you.
let's take a quick break. Everybody stretch, use the restroom if you need to. Oops, I'm sorry, Jeff. Yeah.
need some more coffee, so I need to go to bed.
Enjoy this.
I'm gonna take a nap.
I'm kind of right there with you, but I have to run the meeting, so can't do it.
I'm just glad I'm here. Yesterday, I wasn't feeling very good. I was having a all afternoon yesterday. I was just lightheaded and not really dizzy, but it's like anytime I made a sudden movement, I felt just kind of weird.
Is your blood pressure good?
I can't find my blood pressure cuff. It's in a tote someplace. I don't
You
know.
ought to be checking it.
If anything, it's low.
If we come back and nobody's here, Clark, I may have us do the airport and Wildcat real quick, so that'll keep you awake for a minute.
Okay.
Everything you dreamed it'd be? I wanted to ask the question, pertinent question for that position, but I knew when I asked, dooming us for 15 minutes of that. So that's why I was like, I'm sorry I interrupted. Go ahead and do it.
Yeah, yeah.
You have to figure out how to.
When are we? About halfway through, probably?
Yeah, it goes pretty
We're
quick.
we're a third of the way anyway.
Yeah, we'll have to make, I want everybody to hear the department heads make their case for these things, but when we come back around next month, and we come to this point, and we gotta make a decision about, are we gonna give people 15% the prosecutor, and are we gonna, because, they may deserve it, but it's gonna piss everybody else off.
Yeah. Well, right now, what I'm looking at, Alan, and I'm running the figures from each page, it looks like the budget's going up by about 10 or 12% total. From
Well-
each, if you take the
Well-
average between departments right now.
Well, it's thrown off by, like, the Superior Court's way down, because they took out that capital
Yeah.
murder case, so then that wipes out a lot of what we've, so
Yeah.
it's not as bad as you would think.
Oh, okay.
And the other thing is, I think we're gonna have some adjustments on the fuel budgets for like sheriff and EMS.
Well,
'Cause
Liz can adjust hers, 'cause she's not even close. She's
Yeah.
only 23%.
And-
She's still got 8,000
And our
in there.
price for next year is 30% lower.
Is it?
We've already locked it in.
Okay, I was
So-
gonna ask you that question
Yeah.
because I gotta get it for the city and see where we're at with
Well,
it.
Jordan and I, because of our farm needs, watch it pretty closely, and we were messaging back and forth, and we didn't hit the very bottom, but we got pretty close to the bottom, and
Did ya?
it's gone up a fair amount since we locked that in. So I don't know whether now's the right time to lock it in or not. on
Well,
our needs,
normally
but-
the city waits a little bit, and last year we got hammered on our side.
I can opinion on that. That's gonna sway your opinion.
And what's the you want?
Need through?
Yeah.
Todd, is that your house on Heritage? Sold, no, it's not sold.
They're sold again.
It's sold again.
Yeah,
So what happened? First person just backed out or?
long story.
Long story, okay, never mind. Well, I saw the realtor put, second chance.
Yeah, long story.
Good, well, I'm glad it's got done. Where are you guys moving?
Les Bergham's place,
Oh, and where are they going?
Noblesville.
Oh.
Yeah.
I did some decorating for Linda years ago. Oh, boy.
yesterday.
Oh, good. I'll
Yep.
run down and get him then. Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, perfect. It was great, yeah.
Better refill my water.
Didn't take long.
No. Yeah, I was impressed with their turnaround because when we ordered it for the highway department, it was a month before.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I was glad that it came as quickly.
Awesome.
So you, apparently you're feeling better?
Who installed
I'm okay.
Okay.
it? Sorry.
No, Stephen and I.
Still
We
feel kind of weird. I don't know. I must have got dehydrated or something.
Okay.
yes.
That's all I can figure.
Okay, perfect.
I was kind of wondering, because I told Kathy, it's like, should we call him and ask him if we need to take him someplace, or?
Well, I had to take Shirley to the outpatient surgery place yesterday afternoon. And
Oh,
so I told her, I says, I'm not feeling great, but I think I'll be all right. So went in and took her. I told her, I said, when you get out, we may have to go to the emergency room for me. I don't know. But I Googled it and it was like, chances of it being a major issue weren't that great.
okay.
So I hydrated and
It
all right.
like it was
So,
and I was like,
the Bloomington place? What is she doing?
Feel my age.
she's gonna move in.
I changed the oil in one of my daughter's cars yesterday. Took it in the shop and
Yeah.
she lived.
I told her, I said, "Well, you got an open invitation. I don't want to hear you say you've never been invited to move in."
Yeah, right.
Punching over it.
And she said, well, I've been thinking about it.
oh,
I think we should go sell her house. and everything.
Oh, is she? Is she really? Okay,
Well,
okay.
stay tuned.
All righty. Very good.
We're going down there tomorrow
shoot, okay.
for the
Oh, you are?
house inspection.
Okay, okay.
All right.
Where am I at? Let's see. EMS
10, I think.
10.
Morning, Stephen.
Good morning.
Everybody ready? All right, we will reconvene the hearing and we'll go to the EMS budget. Now, Stephen is not going to be able to join us in September. He's going to be in the deep, dark forest of somewhere. I don't know. You're going to be hunting, right?
Yeah, White River National Forest in Colorado.
Yes.
Just south of Eagle. And yeah, I'll be several miles in, so I'll send you a text on my Garmin satellite phone.
Okay.
Just be a fingers crossed.
So I do want to, I say that because let's look at this maybe a little closer than we would, or
Okay.
ask questions. You know, make sure you get your questions in today if you have any for EMS. So that's budget 10. Let me tab 10. And what I guess the first thing I guess I want you to notice is that and it was so frustrating, and we worked so hard for so many years to get that budget into one budget, and then when because of the passing the EMS lit tax, we cannot commingle operational revenue with the tax revenue, so we had to split it back out into two budgets again, so that the EMS lit budget will be a budget, and then the EMS budget will be the money that Stephen brings in from the billing. So, because, but,
The very end of your tab, I have Stephen's Form 1. He shared that with me.
Oh, good.
So it has everything combined.
Yeah.
so I guess the point is you're not gonna be able to look at that 1151 EMS budget and have it make a lot of sense, because you're comparing a full year, full budget the year before to half. What we decided to do was, because we're gonna start in January receiving the lit money, and we're gonna get 12 equal installments, we're not gonna have any cash balance to start with. And so what we're gonna do is the plan is that we're gonna take the first half of the year's budget out of the EMS 1151 budget and let the tax money accumulate for half a year. And then we'll transition to that budget for the second half of the year. So effectively what you see is his overall departmental budget split in half between two budgets. And then, you know, in theory, the operational revenue will come in the second half of next year, replenish that one, and then we can reevaluate when we start 2025's budget as to whether or not that makes sense to split it half and half. But we had to have a way to let some cash balance build up in the new tax fund. So with that as context, I'll let Stephen speak to the actual adjustments in the line items, but just, I wanted just, the layout of the budget, that's why it is what it is.
So, starting in the hundreds, first and foremost, if you look at the paramedic supervisor, paramedic, and EMT line items, you're gonna see a pretty drastic increase in those numbers. And,
Stephen, let me stop real quick.
Yep.
So, as Britt mentioned, if you look at the back budget, that Form 1, that shows the full amounts for the whole departmental budget. And if you go back, you can compare that then to the 2023 amended budget, or 2023 spent so far numbers, that would be apples to apples. So if you want to, when he says there's a big increase in a line, you can go back to that Form 1, see that number, compare it to the the full year 2022 or current year 2023 number. Okay, sorry.
no, thank you, I appreciate that. And so I think it is important to clarify some of the value changes with it. So, our staff, when I budgeted for the 23 season, they were going to be scheduled 104 shifts. Now for 24, they're doing 120 shifts, is what we're budgeting for. Now, we are, every other Thursday, we're considering it a mandatory overtime day for medic corps. And so if we have a call off or we drop below 3 trucks, we'll have one crew that's mandatory to be called in, but otherwise it'll be a free day off. So in theory, they're only gonna work 117 shifts, but we have to budget for the 120, if that makes sense. So if you look at the paramedic supervisor line item, it shows a 28.56% increase. But then if you look at the paramedic line item, it's only a 5.22% increase. The EMT line item, it's a 5% increase. For PRN paramedic, it's a 6% increase. EMT PRN, it's an 80% increase, but here's why, is because we have hired a ton. And so the idea is that these PRN staff members are gonna be able to cover the days in which we have call-offs, vacations, sick time. And so it helps reduce the overtime.
We'd be
So-
paying it straight time versus time and a half.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we have 12 full-time EMTs and we have 11 part-time. And we just had an interview, we're gonna be offering that one as well, so hopefully we'll have 12 part-time EMTs too. Holiday pay, because of the new employee handbook, we've had to increase that 41.41%. They used to be, paramedics and EMTs both used to be paid $300 as the holiday allowance. It's now $600 for paramedics and $400 for EMTs. And then EMS overtime. So the nice thing about this new schedule is I can go through and I can calculate based on everybody's vacation, sick, and personal time what we're going to spend if we're fully staffed. So that is the maximum we will spend if we are fully staffed. Now, the pamphlet that I passed out a few council meetings ago showed you how much it truly costs if we're down just one person. But thankfully, we're fully staffed right now, and we've got several EMTs that are interested in full-time spots when they become available. We have one paramedic who's already called and said he wants the spot as soon as it becomes available. He's PRN with us currently, so he knows our system. So I think we're in an okay position to kind of rely on that as well. Group insurance, we cut that quite a bit. I had budgeted everybody to take the family plan. Well, not many people actually take the family plan. So $175,000, we've never gone over that. Looking at the last handful of budgets, we're significantly under it this year, so I think 175 still leaves us plenty of room for anybody that changes their mind and enrolls during open enrollment. Vision, dental, all stays the same. Social Security, Medicare, and retirement all increased. Budgeted for with that. Overall, 100 line item, it's a 9.51% increase. Now, I'm going to speak to the EMS director position. So, with the 4896 rotation and the staff going from 104 shifts to 120 shifts, well, the supervisors make more than the director, and with this new proposed budget, they'll continue to make more than the director would. And so when I started this position, the gap was I went from $58,000 to $70,000, so it's a little over right under $12,000. I felt $10,000 was a fair, reasonable difference between what the supervisors made and the director. That's why we budgeted it with such an increase? And Helen, do you have anything?
Well, I'll add some context that this all started with, there have been multiple discussions that Stephen came to Commissioner Brewer and I, and we first talked about changing the scheduling system to go to these, I guess, more predictable. Before, we just had sort of a voluntary sign-up. It was kind of very haphazard. People could sign up to work when they wanted. It made it very difficult to predict overtime and all these things. So now Stephen has shifted this to this predictable, knowable schedule. Somebody knows now what they're going to work in November, what they're, there's a lot of benefits. We should see a tremendous reduction in overtime. There's a lot of benefits. But by doing it that way, we did increase the sort of the base pay of a paramedic. And we've kind of thrown out of whack what the gap is between a base rate paramedic and EMT to the supervisor to the director. And so Stephen didn't necessarily ask for this. It was just like, we can't let the director be making less than, the baseline position. So we've put that in there. It leads to a large increase in certain positions, but overall, I think we have a much more manageable, a much more workable department. Would you agree with that? I mean,
Full-heartedly.
Yeah.
So I'll speak candidly about this. So when I started, it took 14 paramedics and 14 EMTs to be fully staffed. Now we're down to 12 and 12 with this new schedule.
Right.
So we all have talked about the paramedic shortage. Well, now that's 2 less paramedics we have to find, which is advantageous. But also, we had people that when they were hired in, they were promised set days. Well, then what this led to was Saturdays. Nobody wants to work a Saturday, right? We want to be home with our family, go to the ball games, etc. So we'd be running with 2 ambulances on Saturdays. Well, that's not fair to the community, and quite frankly, it's just blatantly inappropriate. So this schedule fixes this. It is fair for everybody across the board, and it ensures appropriate coverage for the community.
And you've kind of regrouped with your current staff. There may have been some people drop out because they didn't like that. But now you've got a team that's comfortable with that scheduling.
Very much so. Yeah. So, when I presented this to Alan and Jordan last year, the mantra I was running with, I didn't know what I didn't know. And what I learned quickly was this system's not going to be successful. And so, we talked a lot about what day could we implement it and get everybody onto it. So we managed to get all the EMTs kind of forcefully onto it January 1. Now the paramedics, we've had a handful, and man, this sounds awful, but we kind of have to listen to their input a little bit heavier because we can't lose a paramedic. And so, whereas we had EMTs that were chomping at the bit saying, that part-time EMT saying, hey, I'll work the 4896 if somebody leaves. And so ultimately, we ended up having to push it to September 1. So September 1, everybody is on the 4896. And right now we have 3 paramedics that aren't. They go on to September 1. The team that we have, they say, are the team that's going to stay. So I don't expect any additional fallout. I think that, I kind of referenced it to pulling the pin on a hand grenade and just seeing where the shrapnel goes. And, we did lose a few, and it sucked, and I hated to see that play out, but I think the team we have right now is a really solid core, and I don't foresee anybody else leaving because of the schedule. And one thing I do want to reiterate is their hourly rate. It was a 6% increase for their hourly rate, but because they're working so much overtime, now they have 16 additional overtime shifts we have to budget for. It increases that average rate.
Yeah, that's another point I guess it's worth making. So police and fire have an exemption in the Fair Labor Standards Act that they don't have to pay overtime on that. If they're doing a 48-hour week, they don't have to pay overtime on that 8 hours. But the paramedics, they don't get that exception. We do have to pay overtime on that, and so there's really no way around it. It's just, we've got to do what we've got to do. And it's just been a big math problem, really, when it's all said and done. And we calculate everything out, and then that's what we put in the budget. So the other side of this then is the revenue side. So we've had some improvements in our collections. Significant improvements in our collections. And then when the lit tax starts getting collected next year, We're gonna be close. We may be a little bit shy on revenues versus this, I wrote it down. If you look at the Form 1, the total for the budget is 3.426, essentially 3.427 million compared to 3.228 last year. That's assuming 100% gets spent, probably won't 100% get spent. But we would expect, I'm gonna say around, I'm anticipating around 1.6 million from the EMS lit, and then we're hoping for 1.4 million-ish from the operational revenue. We're gonna try to start doing the Trex program again that we think can get some revenue. We'll have some training income that'll offset some of the salary of the person who's conducting the training. We don't anticipate it to be a big profit center, but we anticipate it to help cover our costs that we're gonna incur from providing that training. So I think we're gonna be right there, really close to it. We're gonna have to go through a year to see how it all plays out. But he does go into the year with a nice cash balance to know that if we're a little bit short, we've got the money to cover this budget to see how it goes, and we can adjust as needed then. So that's Stephen's met with Jordan and I multiple times. He's met with me. We've had lunches together to go crunch numbers and go over this. He's met with the budget committee, Clark and Jeff and I. We've really worked hard on this budget. I'm not sure what we change, to be honest.
We even had a meeting with them, and I just am so grateful you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Yes.
This is going to sound awful to say, but I'm taking classes right now to finish my degree, and this EMS management course that I'm taking, or just completed, even in the textbook it says, regardless of opinion, the fact is healthcare is a business, and we fall under that umbrella. The numbers matter, and for me, and this is what I've stated to the budget committee too, if we don't figure out a way to be close, extremely responsible with the finance, then we harm the community because suddenly we can't pay for a resource that they deserve. So this significance of being responsible with this is not lost on me. So when I come and I say, hey, it's this % increase, like it's not lost on me. I sweat at night thinking about this stuff. So, yeah. And I guess, I don't know whether this matters to you guys or not, like, one of the supervisors who went on to the 4896 at the beginning, January 1 of this year, he's going to make more than I do for this year. And I didn't come in and say, hey, I need a raise. It's just I'm accepting the fact I've asked a massive change from my staff. And just the future, I think this is what sets us up for success.
I continue to be very, very impressed with you and your work and your leadership skills and what you're doing for the county. You always seem very dedicated to make the right decisions and do what's important, so I appreciate that very much, and I think your budget's great.
Thank you.
Anything from
Well,
you guys?
I'm really glad to hear that you're doing this continuing education like I wasn't aware of until just now. That's great.
Yeah, to speak on some, I guess, the revenue side. So prior to this year, we've brought in around 1.15 million each year for the last 4 years, kind of fluctuating in between there, between 1.1 and 1.5. This year, currently, we're on pace for 1.4 and change, which is a significant increase, especially with a 4,000 call volume. So I think that some of the things we're doing them right, and we're making the appropriate changes. And also, we can't do it without the buy-in from the team. And so the documentation has to be better, the way we're treating patients has to be better, and all of those things influence what revenue we can collect. And continuing education, one of the things we're pushing really hard is being able to collect for the specialty care transports. And so when we do hospital transfers with ventilators, IV pumps, typical things that critical care teams do, what we were previously billing for was advanced life support, which is just our standard base collection. Well, we got them signed off on training, and we got documentation saying they've received training in these various things. So now we bill, I think it's 2.5 times the ALS transfer volume or rate. And so that is definitely increasing our collections. And then Medicaid, effective July 1, we now get reimbursed at the Medicare rate, which is, it's a huge difference. It's like $380 versus $160. So it's a significant increase. So we get paid by Medicaid once a year in like January, February timeframe. So we'll see that reimbursement in '24. So I'll be interested to see what that looks like, and then excited to see what '25 looks like as
Yes.
we fully collect that. So.
Right.
So that's why we need to kind of get through '24, let some of these things play out and see where the balances lie.
I'm just excited to hear you discuss that with us, and I can tell that you've really spent hours and days learning this. You didn't just wake up one morning and know all this, and it's refreshing to know that you're taking care of those dollars for our taxpayers in the county.
And I'm glad you said that, Brett. I forgot about the meetings with Cecily and Britt, where we talked about just payroll process and concerns, and so yeah, there's been a lot of time put into this budget.
And Britt, I appreciate this today, because it's easier to follow than going back and
Yeah.
forth.
I do have a couple other things I'd
Sure,
like to
sure.
address. So the 200 line items, not much changes. The uniform allowance I increased a little bit. Gas and lube, we shaved quite a bit off with the new agreed rate with Co-Alliance. Medical supplies and equipment. We are getting hammered right now. The rates are just, medication rates are insane, so it's just really, really competitive right now for supplies, and I mean, I budgeted what I thought was a solid increase for this year, and we're gonna be short in that line item. I'm gonna have to move money. So I went with 130 this year. I think that's gonna be enough on current projections, as long as we don't get hit with another steep increase next year. Yeah, it's a little tough, and medications in particular, everything's on back order right now. There was a tornado in North Carolina that hit a Pfizer plant last month, and they were like the leading, what I was told by the pharmacist at IU was they were the leading United States manufacturer for fentanyl, which we carry for etomidate, propofol, succinylcholine, and so like all these like significant medications that we have to have and use regularly are now on back order, and so the supplies that's left, of course, the price increases because there's a huge demand for it as everybody tries to get the remainder.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what I can do about that other than just keep buying supplies. So I'm sorry, but it's
Understood.
okay.
Understood.
Acumed, based on their collection rate, 84,000. That's for 1.4 million. Their collection rate, that's what we would pay them, is 84,000. EMT training, for us to do an EMT program and to pay the instructor as a contractor, that's what we need. Certification classes, that's our continuing ed for anybody that wants to become a critical care paramedic, certified critical care paramedic, ACLS, PALS, BLS, all of that. And then the paramedic program for equipment, supplies, medical director fees, etc. Any questions on that stuff?
What does it take, Stephen, to implement the TREX program?
So we used to do it, and I want to say we made 35,000 in 21, I think.
I think that's what you told me.
And we thought, hey, like we found when I was working with our billing agency, we had quite a few people not paying their bills. And so we thought, hey, maybe we can go with the collections agency instead. Well, you can't do collections agency and TREX at the same time.
Oh, is that right? Okay.
And so when we went over to the collections agency, we lost our TREX. And I failed to get a number from our collections agency. Let me work on that, and I'll circle back with, I can send all of you an email and let you know what we collect. But yeah, we used to do the TREX, so it's just very tedious.
The benefit was going to be by just handing it off to the collections agency, we didn't have burden his staff with all the tedious paperwork that you have to submit to the state. But the problem was, it didn't seem like we were getting the performance from the collection agency that we were getting when we did the work and submitted it through TREX. Partially because TREX is involuntary. If you were getting a refund, they just garnish it. So, yeah, I think that's the right move.
Too bad you couldn't have a hybrid where you have a collection agency that does all
The work for
paperwork
tracks.
to submit the tracks.
Yeah, that'd be great.
If I might, just, I'm gonna take a second here to talk to the council. I think Trex came on board when we were freshmen. I think we went to a AIC convention and we found out we were one of the few counties that wasn't doing this. Is that?
No, we were one of the first to do it.
Yeah.
Was that right?
Yeah, it
Okay,
was
okay,
brand
but
new and
we
we
weren't doing it.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Because
Anyways,
because of Jackie being kind of the point
Yeah.
person on that and her connection with Clinton County, we were one of the first.
yeah. So if you guys get a chance to go to any of these conventions to learn something, yeah. That's
We
exciting.
went to it too,
Okay.
through our billing office.
Yeah,
We're using it now as well.
we're good.
You want to take a minute, Stephen, and just talk about, you've talked to the council before, and you and I have talked more about just the ambulance plan, and that ambulance is in the public safety lit, not in the EMS budget, the ambulance lease payment.
It's in this one. It's 040011.
Okay.
In the full one. It should be the same as the others too.
Yeah, we use
Yeah.
that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yep, there it is.
It should be 161822 total.
There is a $70,000 payment, or ambulance line in the public safety lit.
Oh, that was supposed to be removed.
Okay,
Sorry.
okay.
Sorry. Yep, we can mark that one out. Sorry.
Oh,
We just saved money.
yeah. I had already flipped ahead there to the,
That was for the Tahoe that we had discussed. It was going to be 54,000
Yeah.
next year plus 14,000 to outfit it.
okay.
14 to 16,
And so we already did that because we
We
did it
already
out of the
did. Yep.
special distribution. Okay.
Sorry about that.
Nope, that's my fault. I didn't send an email. Sorry.
That's okay.
Where is that?
It's in the public
We like
safety
to
lit.
remove.
Oh, public
Yeah,
safety.
yeah. I had already flipped because I knew he had a couple of things in that budget and I was gonna,
I will speak to the savings of that. Is all said and done now, we got the Tahoe for 42,000,
Wow.
whereas the Ford Explorer is 44. So we saved money by going with the Tahoe versus the Explorers, and then also to outfit it, it's 14.5 to outfit it. So
Okay.
we're gonna walk away with $13,000 in savings.
great.
Is that your Chase, is that the Chase vehicle?
Yep.
Okay. What was that line item? Alan, I'm missing that.
So I'm in the public safety lit on,
04002.
yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, microphone.
I'm not even seeing public safety lit.
It's in the public safety.
That was the 11
Be
cent.
tab 19.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying.
Yeah.
It seemed a minute ago.
Oh,
Most of, it's in the sheriff.
it's in the
Well,
sheriff, that's why I
yeah,
can't find it
it's in the
here.
sheriff tab.
That's why I
Oh,
can't find it
There's a public
here.
safety lit.
I'm going, I don't
Because
see
they're the
it.
ones that spend most of it.
All right, that's.
So we had two items in there that related to EMS, which one we've removed. The other one is the EMS lease payment, the building lease payment. that
Got it, got it.
We did remember to get in there for this year. After we sort of let that one get by us last year.
So this is 70,000 for
Yes.
040003.
Correct.
That comes off.
It comes off. So those are the only two items in there. We have bought some equipment for EMS in there. That's where we bought infusion pumps, and we've bought some furnishings and some things out of there before. The Zoll cardiac monitors had been bought there in the past, but this year we don't have those things. I'm sorry to jump around on you there.
It's okay, well, I thought my eyes were deceiving
Yeah,
me.
no.
I'm going, I don't see a public safety page here. Sorry.
Okay, I sort of changed the direction on you there midstream, so if you weren't done with your original budget, please
Nope, that's
continue.
okay. No, if we can, I'm fine if we jump to the, oh, actually, no, we need to talk about volunteer payments, sorry. That's 030012.
Yeah, 1.6.
1.6, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry.
Looks like that went from 20 to 33.
Yes, so the oldest contract we could find was 2007 with Colfax. And we agreed in 2007 to pay them $55 per call they respond to. That's the value that we have rolled over to Ambulance 13, Ambulance 6, and Ambulance 15, which is our volunteer agencies, to reimburse them for their time and response. But we haven't adjusted that number since 2007. I would like to take, and I had emailed Alan and Jordan about this, I would like for us going into 24 to reevaluate it and to adjust it for inflation. So they use it to maintain their buildings, maintain their supplies, and I think it would be advantageous for us to support our volunteer department in that capacity.
I'm sorry, is this the 1151 or the,
Yes.
okay.
Yep.
Well, split.
It's
split.
Yeah,
It's split
that's
on
right,
both.
that's right.
But it's the 030016 line there. Okay.
Does anybody have thoughts on that?
I think it makes
Are you
sense.
getting, what's the current level of cooperation and response that you're getting from the volunteer departments? I know for a while it was reduced.
So Station 12, 6, and 13, they respond regularly. They are extremely dependable, especially Ambulance 13. They got that ambulance last year, and they've been the most eager responders I've ever met. They make nearly everything. Ambulance 15, they're struggling with staff, which is the unfortunate reality of volunteerism. It's dying out.
Tell them who.
Yeah, tell 'em
Yeah, who are
I'm
where
sorry.
these people,
We're used to them numbers.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay. So Ambulance 13 is Forest.
okay.
Ambulance 6 is Kirkland. Ambulance 12 is Colfax, and Ambulance 15 is Rossville.
Okay, good, thank you.
Yeah. Sorry.
Thank you for asking. I'm going,
I knew who he was talking about, but I'm sure.
appreciate that.
So, you know, I don't know whether or not increasing the value will increase the response that we see, because it doesn't get back to the people that are actually taking the calls. They're not the end beneficiary from it. It gets back to the station, and the department is able to use those funds to maintain their station. And other equipment.
Which may benefit them, and, I mean, it does benefit
It
them, but
does,
not
yeah.
their pocketbook.
Right, yes, yes.
Okay.
So I've been approached by a few of their chiefs, and they've asked about an adjustment, and so, you know, something that I kicked around with one of them was, can we adjust it for inflation and go from there? And they felt that was fair and reasonable, so,
This is based on the calls they do.
yes, they have to respond to the call in the ambulance to receive.
So tell me, I'm sure you said it, I was writing notes, but
Yeah.
this current rate then would be what? Based on the number that you have in, is it per call response rate or,
Yeah, so it's $55, currently is $55 per call.
okay,
And so if we adjust it based on inflation, I guess it kind of depends on when we sign it into effect. Because when I sent it to you in, I think it was last fall, or
Yeah.
maybe it was early this spring, you know, I think it was $78 per call is what we're looking at.
okay.
And the budget you put in here would reflect that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So overall, it's a $13,000
Yeah.
increase.
Yeah.
I think we need to do whatever is reasonable to show our support for the volunteer system, despite its issues with society and everything, lack of participation.
I do too.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else?
Then I'll continue to head on that
Yeah,
contract and
yeah.
work on that. Okay. would you all like an email with an exact number, or who exactly do you want me to work with? You know, it's got to go through all the commissioners, of course, but fiscally, who do we want? Just
Well, as far as I'm concerned, if we're moving forward with the number that we have in here, you have to make it work under that number. So however you see that working out.
Understood.
Okay.
All right. Okay, ambulance lease now. And this is my last big one. So 040011. So something that when Alan and I met for the first time really resonated with me was, you know, looking forward 10 years, 5 years, 10 years, and knowing what you're going to be doing. And create a system that's dependable and reliable 10 years in the future. And so ambulances are getting more and more expensive. Right now they're $248,000, and I just got an email from our Osage, who we purchased them from. He just let me know that they are done taking orders for 2026 already. Yep. So it's chaos. Everybody wants one, nobody has the equipment to build them, and so there's just a massive lag. So we've got 2 that are coming in 25, which will be great. But what are we gonna do for the future, right, is my question. So I spoke with Doug Atkinson, and we had got a quote for a remount, which was $120,000 and change. But ultimately, we felt going with 2 new trucks was gonna be our best, most reliable option. But speaking with Doug Atkinson from Carroll County, their EMS director, you know, I think he's got a great idea of remounting 2 trucks and then continuing that cycle. And so instead of us buying 2 new trucks every 3 years when their life expectancy starts to wear out, we do a remount, which they take the back of the ambulance, the box, and they simply pull it off and put it on a new truck. So we get a completely new Ford F550 with it, and new chassis system, everything. It is simply just the boxes being used. Here's the deal. The boxes get beat up really quickly. We've got large boxes, they hit trees, they get scratched all down the side of them. It's not necessarily worth paying $100,000 for a new one every 3 years. That's my opinion. So I think what we can do is buy these 2 in 25, and then moving forward, we can remount 2 trucks in 28 timeframe. And hopefully that will cut us from, I assume the prices will continue to go up, but if we can cut it from $248,000 for a truck to $250,000 for 2, I find that to be very advantageous for the budget.
Right.
And then after that cycle, that ambulance would probably go into the volunteer system, and you would be looking at a new one with the new box.
Yes.
So the box is just gonna go 2 trips.
So we get 6 years out of the box, and then we replace it.
I think that makes sense.
Okay.
Stay away from tree branches. I know how it is.
Okay.
That's what I have. What do you guys have for me?
Well, just thanks for diving in so deep, and yeah, this is a good budget.
Thank you for all you do.
So I do want to make sure that anybody, I mean, because Stephen won't be here in September when we normally would make any adjustments, if anybody has anything that they want to circle, look to potentially adjust anything, I want you to bring it up now.
I don't have anything, Alan.
We'll adopt in October, so we have until October to actually make a change, but September's usually the heavy lifting, so,
Well, he's in Colorado, I'll be in Prague, so,
okay.
I have as much confidence in this EMS budget as I've ever had since I've been in office here.
And as good of an understanding of it.
Yeah, an understanding of it,
Yeah.
yeah.
So.
We've always kind of went with a wing and a prayer.
Yeah, that's saying it nicely. Good job, man.
Thank you.
Okay.
I put together some packets for everybody. It's just what we do. Because when I start talking about, a paramedic and an EMT, the public thinks, oh, that's an ambulance driver, everybody is this, everybody's that, and they don't really know what we do. And so I kind of just tried to summarize what we do, and I put together some numbers so you can see what call volumes we're doing, year totals, call volume by month, call volume by day of the week, and I broke it down per station as well. The one thing I'll say is Medic 3, we changed their name from Medic 14 to Medic 3 because it was silly for us to do 1, 2, 4, and 14. So we changed it to Medic 3. Well, when I did that, we changed it in the charting system, and so now I only have data for Medic 3, not Medic 14, so their number is significantly skewed. But the parameters are still relatively the same, and if you guys want to do the math, you can figure out how many calls we're missing on their data. But, yeah.
Okay,
Appreciate it.
thank you.
It's great.
I knew you'd want to.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. And you won't hurt my feelings if I see it in the trash.
Thank you.
Do need glasses for it, though.
We need to get this to our PR person, so
Yeah. Help
put
me
it out to the public.
Yeah.
Are you leaning towards a refurbished box? Swap them or?
Yeah, I think we can definitely work with Osage for them to refurb them and clean them up and
Will
maybe
they
buff out the scratches.
will they update all the equipment in them? I mean, obviously defibrillators or whatever, suction and all them. Or is
Yeah,
it-
so when we get that's a good thing to discuss. So when we get our box, it only comes with the box and nothing in it. So we get outlets, we get AC and heat back there, and we get a bench and a real big open section. But then we have to contract with Stryker to get them to install the cot system. And so, we had those 2 brand new ambulances sitting out while we were waiting on cots. And so it's, that's kind of the battle. We get this box, but it comes with nothing. So the monitors are still completely separate. The vents are still completely separate. Every other piece of equipment, it's all separate. So it's simply the box.
That box is $100,000? Is that what you said?
Well, that's a used box. Irving Materials, they do that all the time. All the ready mix trucks you see are all refurbs from Fort Wayne. Yeah, they do it.
Okay.
I'll mention cardiac monitors. I'm working with Zoll right now to get us a 10-year plan. Because cardiac monitors, each one's $50,000, and the prices are gonna continue to increase, and we're due here in the next couple of years for a replacement of 4. And so, they offer some various plans on, lease agreements for 5 years, 10 years, and for the number I have right now, I meet with them next week. I'm going to try and get it down a little bit, but I think it might be something at least looking at. So,
Okay. All right. Thank you, Stephen.
yeah, thank you,
Okay.
everyone.
Enjoy your trip.
Thanks.
Okay, we have Karen with us for the extension budget.
All right.
Thank you for your patience.
Oh, no problem. I also have a handout.
So that's tab 11.
And mine's gonna be short and sweet compared to that last one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So yeah, really straightforward. The first one there, the co-op extension contractual services, straight from Purdue. And we're very fiscally responsible with what we have, and we run very, very streamlined. So I did add in the 6% increases like they told us to for the staff, but otherwise I tried to keep it just the same as last year, except for mileage. We had cut that one a few years ago, and the last 2 years I've run out in June and had to move stuff around, so I just doubled it to get us through the whole year. So that is really the only one, I think, that had a change beside the other 2 that were salaries. So fair was a success. State fair's still going on right now. And so it's been a fantastic year. We just keep busy, busy, busy. Go, 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 but moving the county forward.
So the contractual services is the county's portion of salaries for how many people?
For four.
Four.
Yeah.
And so I think Purdue covers the first two educators, and then there's some formula, and it's
Yeah.
almost like half and half for the third, half and half for the fourth, but yeah.
That's what I understood. I wanted to make sure I was right.
Yes?
Yeah, that is pretty straightforward. Any questions for Karen?
Really appreciate your patience waiting for
Oh,
that short.
yeah. I will tell you, I think he does a great job too. So for learning to lead, we have 60 kids in there, and we'll do like an EMS day, or first responders. So Renee helps us and brings him in, and the firemen too. And just, it's been fantastic. And he actually, I work with the commissioners, and we have 3 AEDs. He just told me they were in. He ordered them for us to put down at the fairgrounds and an extension, and so yeah, he did a great job.
All right. Well, thank you for coming over.
Yes, thank you.
All right.
Thank you for everything you do.
All right, wonderful, appreciate it, you too.
This is my granddaughter. My wife's,
Want to do the auditor?
and she had a mentor.
Oh, yeah, I didn't see Rick sneak in. Rick, you want to go ahead and do the highway budget?
He did come.
I'm sorry about that, you came in so quiet. Highway, tab 14.
Oh.
It's several different budgets. The first one in our list, Rick, is the MVH restricted budget, which is all personnel. I guess there is one line item for bituminous at the end. But I think that's half the salary. Am I right that that's half of salaries for those drivers? I assume those are all in at the 6% then?
Yes.
Yeah. A little bit of an increase then there on the materials for the bituminous. Looking at the MVH highway administration, anything there that you care to comment on? That would be the 1176 Department 530 Highway Administration.
I don't have nothing else in there.
That's where you have your group insurance, your social security. That's where the superintendent's salary's in. Looks like your garage and motor supplies were up. Request was up.
It'll just be up about 6%.
Okay. Your fuel usage, did you recalculate that with the new contract price? Or do we need to go back and review that?
We don't get a new contract price until the first of the year, so.
We already know what it is.
Huh?
We already know what it is. We've already signed the contract.
Okay.
It was down 30% year over year, so it should be a good savings. Jordan has those contracts. If I remember right, we're under $3 on the diesel.
Yeah, fuel, yes.
Yeah. So we might revisit that before September, just to make sure we have the right number.
Well, it looks like we're already at 60% on usage.
Well, last year, the number we had last year was not right for the contract amount we had for this year. So we're still trying to catch up to what the real contract.
Okay.
So that budget's up, 200,000, so by roughly 10%. Probably mostly in the salaries there. From 2.429 to 2.630 on that 1176. The wheel tax surtax, which is where we usually have stone oil and bituminous, is the vast majority of that. We do have ice control, road signs, and some weed control under there. Anything, Rick, you care to?
That's all I got for that.
Okay, kind of a standard budget there. Local road and street. Want to talk a little bit about the truck leases?
Yes. We have 6 trucks ordered. We have 6 new trucks ordered, 227,000 apiece. That's just the truck, chassis, and the bed. That's not a salt box and no snow plows. We use the old salt boxes and the old snow plows. And we got a little single axle truck that's got a steel bed on it, and the salt spout got it ate up. So I'd like to get a new bed for it. It's going to cost right around $20,000. Trying to talk my shop guys into putting that bed on themselves, and that'll save us a little bit of money.
Okay.
We've done it before. I don't know why we can't do it again. When the bed comes in, just have it painted and go get it.
So you'll notice we have actually an overlap next year where we're finishing up the previous lease at the same time that we're starting the new one, but we were trying to beat a pretty healthy price increase due to some new engine requirements. We're gonna, the tier 5, I can't remember what, or is it tier 6 even? Tier 6, the engines for the emissions, they were gonna add another layer of cost to the truck. So we went ahead and pulled that lease forward to get the model year before that happened, and got that to beat that price increase. So that's why we have there's 2 different truck leases in there for '24. Okay, any questions on that? And that account has a healthy cash balance, and so we could definitely afford to do that. Saves a lot of money over time. Cumulative bridge. Rick, anything you care to? Do we have any federal bridge projects then for '24 that are priorities?
Not yet.
Okay.
If we do, it'll just be one.
Okay.
But waiting for them to open up bids for federal aid.
Okay.
Or take bids for federal aid. But it'll just be one bridge. We've still got Bridge 21 to do and 55, and we're working on 67 right now. And 2030 it'll be Bridge 115. It's got it down, requesting 60,000 here, but I just heard from Butler Fairman this morning it was going to be 80,000. So everything's going up.
We need to change that then?
Well, we can't go up. I mean, we'd have to catch that up in January.
Right.
I'd leave it because it's likely there'll be a place to transfer next year,
Right.
so I think we'll be okay. Okay.
And I added,
miscellaneous culvert inspections. I was supposed to do culvert inspections this year, and I didn't realize that, so I added it for next year. It's $80,000. Small, large culverts.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's 24-inch and bigger.
Okay, I see it. Okay. Community crossing, the 300,000, I assume, is our match.
Right.
Okay. And I can't remember, they all run together. We have not applied for a 24 project yet, correct?
Yeah,
Okay,
I asked them to, and they wanted to hold off, so.
okay,
Like the Michigan Town Road, it's due, it's ready.
okay.
If you put it off, it's just gonna cost more.
Mhm. That was one of the very first community crossing projects, was it not?
Probably was.
Yeah,
Probably
yeah.
was.
Okay. Well, that's the end of the list, Rick. Anything else that you want to bring up,
I
or?
can't think of anything right now.
Okay. Kind of a normal budget, I guess I would say, yeah.
It's just like last year, just increased everything 6%. I plan on doing the same amount of chip sealing, the same amount of hugging, and
Okay. All right,
everything should stay pretty much the same.
all right, very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick.
You're welcome.
What kind of balances? What kind of balance?
He's got several million between all of those.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So we did extension and we did highway, we did bridge. Good guy. We got Chris,
15.
Parkview, come on up.
Next tab.
Next tab. Okay, good morning.
We say, man.
We'll get started.
Thank you.
So something we did, ever since I've been at Parkview, there's been a stigma attached to nursing home or whatever. People don't understand what we are. So I worked on this brochure. Amy, my nurse, and I went around to 20 different facilities in Clinton County, trying to recruit. I mean, the biggest thing, my job is to keep that thing populated, keep our census where we can. We've had some unique situations. COVID took a hit. But I gave these to the entities and told them it's not a handout to give to people, but so they understand, because a lot of people we get calls on are out of our scope of care. You know, somebody's in an iron lung and they can't come to Parkview. So a lot of our calls, so we just wanted to get word out in the community, tell them exactly what we do, our pay scale and everything that we offer, so we can look for more clientele.
Okay. Yeah, this is really nice.
Yeah, Frankfurt Printing did it. They do a good job. But I just thought this is a good thing, a good tool. A lot of the homes had them, and I really worked on this, Amy, my nurse, and I, to make sure we get the word out. We haven't gone outside the county. We're in a monthly network group in Lafayette, work with a lot of home health. We've got some services from doing the networking. But we're hoping this will help. As I've mentioned to Alan, I've always been transparent with you guys. One of the largest homes closed in North Indiana. And I think it was mismanaged. I knew the last two administrators, they weren't maintaining the building. There's over $1 million worth of repairs. It was in South Bend. They had the largest number of residents, 85, and they just ended up farming them out to 3 different facilities. They're going to end up closing it, but part of it too, they're on prime real estate, the interstate, the main road, and there's like 110 acres of woods. There was homeless encampments. There was a lot going on. And it just unfortunately didn't make it. We're down to 9 homes. And I guess the rest are doing well, but everybody's census are down. COVID hit us pretty hard, and we worked with a unique population. I can say at the least. But anyway.
What is our current census?
We're at 21.
Okay.
I've got 2 calls. But again, Alan, 50% of people don't qualify. We've tried to help the homeless shelter. I work well with Jamie, the trustee. But you've got to really screen that clientele. We're talking places where you put your grandparents, retirement home. We're not a drug, a drug rehab facility.
Right.
And that's why I made sure that article that went out with the PR, people understand. But Jamie and I have worked together, we've taken in several people. The problem is, these are people that haven't hit a lick since their 40s, they're downhill. They won't even get up by the third month to go down to Jamie to fill out paperwork for free rent. And I'm not gonna put a 4-foot flame under them every month and, you know, hand walk them down there. They're adults, and we tried. That's the biggest thing. It's hard to get these people to, they get comfortable, get that good food, that front porch living, they get comfortable, complacent. In the first couple months, I put a fire, but after that, they just will not go down there and sign a piece of paper to get rent. So, it's a unique clientele. Another thing I'm working on, I just met with Jennifer from Kokomo, Howard Haven, County Home. I'm looking at putting in, applying for a 501c3. That will give us opportunity. I know Chris, I'm on the board of directors at Area 4 with him at Food Finders in Lafayette. We could go once a month and get 500 pounds of food. Yeah, so I just met with Jennifer yesterday. I got the paperwork and a contact, and we'll go ahead and start that. There's also grant benefits and things like that. And another thing I did not remember or know, with us being on historic registry, there is 50% matching grants. Now, I'm not a grant writer. That's the issue, but I'm gonna talk to them today and see if that's, maybe we could get it post, you know, after we do the repairs, the boiler and the elevator, maybe we can get some of that money recouped. That's my goal. So I didn't know about it.
That'd be great.
You don't know till you know.
Yeah.
So that's some things I'm working on. Anyway, if you guys will look, I've broken it down. I did a 3% increase last year, obviously due to the cost of everything going up. The only reason it's 6% this year, air conditioner unit for the kitchen. I talked to TL Meyer, and they're looking at replacing. I told them we're looking next year. But it's the unit that keeps the kitchen cooled down, the compressor unit and all that.
Okay.
And that'll be a one-time. So we're at 6% this year because of that. That 10,000 was put in there just for the AC unit and all that goes into the ductwork or whatever. It's 25, I think, years old. Once again, you know, it's put in 98. And so we've had to start. When I start seeing I'm putting repairs in every year, every other year and something, you're starting to look at replacement. So that's only for one time. Now, if you guys said no, I've got an AC unit, my storage unit, we'll stick it in a window, we'll keep them cool. I've got a backup plan. But I've moved a little money around, cut from a couple items and added to a couple others.
Mr. Frugal.
I try, brother, I try. I'm a taxpayer like you are. As Jeff said a long time ago, I mean, when we first met, I am a steward of the money because, again, I pay taxes too, so I try to do my best. And the one thing I've told Alan, I'm open about it, the thing that closes these homes is money and mismanagement. I'm not gonna be accused of either if I can help it.
Good job.
Well, we've replaced a couple of key items, so I hope that starts to benefit you in future budgets, you know, that new boiler, I would think, would operate much less expensively, and so.
We're looking at, the bad part about that, Alan, of course, it takes a year. I work with Marshall directly, we look at electric bills and water, we try to look at those and see kind of where we're at.
Right.
Yeah. You don't realize the gain or the adjustment
Yeah.
for probably a year to see kind of where you're
Right.
at. No, absolutely, I mean, it's been a bad year, you know, the fire alarm system is a necessity, but then, you know, you have all this stuff unforeseen. It's not like I can put it in the budget ahead of time. We had an elevator company, they were coming every month, everything's good, the lights work, it goes up and down, and then boom.
Well, we were really fortunate that those things happened on a year that we got a special distribution to have the money to cover them.
Yeah. And then the roof, Henshaw called me today, they're starting on the roof today, that was an insurance claim.
Okay.
So they're out there, they're gonna start today.
Oh.
And they're gonna go over the whole roof, all the loose, cracked tiles, they're gonna replace
Wow.
them. We have a plethora of them in the garage. Saved us.
Oh,
We've
good.
kept them over the years.
Good.
Yeah, and we'll see, it's supposed to be the elevator boiler sometime in the end of summer, so we're there now, so I'm
Yeah.
expecting calls. I don't wanna harass the guys, I give them a call back.
Okay.
That's all I've got.
Well, great job as always.
Yeah.
I so appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any questions for Chris? All right. Thank you for coming over.
Thanks so much.
Okay.
Thank you. down to 9.
Are we?
9 homes.
Oh,
Nine
I
counties.
thought you were counting down
No,
budgets.
I just, it's just, man.
Alan, do you wanna look at the coroner real quick? He can't come in for me,
Okay,
but I have, if I can find it.
we could do auditor, we could do coroner, we can look at EMA, because Daryl's not coming in.
Beth is coming in.
You and I are still here.
We've got airport and solid waste we could cover. We got a few we can do here. Let's do coroner, tab 7.
Just go to Susan.
He told me to tell you guys that, one of the positive things with the new morgue is they've saved taxpayers approximately $25,000.
Very good.
It's not televised.
That's great.
Oh.
I assume that would show up in that reduced number, or the low number on forensic autopsies? Is that where that would show? Well, I mean, as far as what was spent, it's down, yeah,
We're in 7. We're in the corner.
we'll see. Okay.
What was the savings in just because of the morgue? What was the
He said 25,000.
Yeah.
I was just looking at that line item for the forensic autopsies. If you look, he had 40 budgeted.
Yeah.
He'd only spent 14. I'm assuming that's where part of that is.
Okay.
Because
Yeah,
you
that
look,
was
you
the
look at,
question I asked was, where's the savings? Yeah. Okay.
yeah, 21, we were at 53, and 22, we were at 44, so that is good.
Okay.
We're getting a payback there.
Yep.
So overall, that budget is actually a little bit lower year over year.
It's a moneymaker.
Well, that's what we hoped to see when we did that, so. So I'm not sure there's anything, boy, that I'm seeing. We'll note that budget as being reviewed. Okay, we'll check that one off. Okay, let's go. Nancy came in next. We'll go to probation here real quick, which is tab 16. Hi, Nancy. All right. Well, we got several budgets like we normally do. First one, our list is in the general fund, the probation budget, which is, if I remember right, kind of set by the state.
Correct.
Yeah.
They actually redid our probation officer pay scale this year after 20 years.
Mm.
They haven't changed it. I think along the way, we received 2% raises. Except for last year, we received 3%. And this year, they adjusted it by 7.8.
Okay.
And then, after 20 years, well, your first 0 to 5 years, first year you make so much, then 0 to 5 you make so much, and every 5 years you get an increment. Well, they stop after 20 years.
Okay.
So, Ember, Dan, and I just kind of hang out there, but they're looking at maybe changing it again, and I think they're still talking about making us state employees, which probably makes more sense.
Oh.
But I guess they're losing a lot of probation officers because the pay's not competitive.
So Carol and Todd, that's a number that's in our budget, but it's a number that's told to us. We don't.
Right.
That's not one that's really under our purview.
But I think the shortest term probation officer we have is 10, and Dan and Ember and I have been there 23 plus years. Long-termers.
Why did the chief probation officer salary go down?
Because part of mine comes out of probation user fees, and this year I took 25,000 out of user fees instead of 20, since we
Okay.
didn't trace money.
My bad. I failed to recognize you're taking out more and more budget.
That's fine.
Yeah, you'll see that on the next page.
Yeah, that's right.
That's it.
I was just strictly looking at numbers, so.
So the next page is the Adult Probation Administration Fund, and you'll see that line, second line down is the other part of that salary.
Mhm.
We took out anything, we gave our vehicle to Roush. And took out repairs and maintenance because we didn't have enough, we don't take in enough user fees to a vehicle.
Okay.
And that vehicle was 20 years old as well. It was 2007, so if he could get some use out of it, that was fine. I put more into mileage.
Okay. Next budget, Juvenile Probation Administration, which is only a $5,000 budget for overtime. Probation State Grant. It's like one officer and then benefits. And that's the probation budget. Anything you see coming up that's newsworthy, noteworthy that we need to know about? Or? Okay. Okay.
Pretty exciting or?
Okay.
I got a question, Alan, on the Adult Probation Administration, where there was through the tracks, an expense of 36,603, and then for next year it's 0. I thought we collect off of tracks, that it didn't cost us.
Yeah, I think that's the revenue, and then when we do those additional appropriations, I think it's appropriating there, and I'm not sure whether that means we're doing something. Did you see that in the budget, Brett?
What was it last year?
36,603.30.
Nancy, it looks like all that money we've collected in Trex over the years is getting appropriated and is showing as an expense line item, like we're putting it in a,
I appropriate it in and then it goes to us or the clerk's office.
but I see your point, Todd. We're showing that as as an expense, but we don't.
I did see that too.
Yeah, so we need to just make sure we're doing that correctly. It's not a real expense.
Okay.
That reflects the money we're bringing in,
Yeah, was it put on here?
because it says 0 for next year, which I
Yeah.
assume means that it would start accumulating as we were doing those in our monthly reports, or monthly appropriations, that would start going up.
I probably don't see
So the reality is, I think, that we want that money to go to the auditor's office and be quietus in somewhere, but if we want to appropriate it, we probably need to be appropriating it to a line item for you to use one, rather than just its own, right?
Well, it appears that that's what we've done in the past, is we've always put in that line.
But can you spend out of that for anything, or is that limit? Yeah, that's what I mean. We may need to just talk through that on how the administrative process for how we're handling that money coming in.
Yeah, I know that I received something from the treasurer, and I have to match it to what Trex sends me as far as who it's for. And then I do an additional from that line item and do claims. They either go to probation for those people or it goes to pauper fees.
To do whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
She just made a note. We're gonna make sure that that's exactly what we're doing.
It seems like that money ought to come in and go to the cash balance. And then if we're gonna do an additional appropriation, we're putting it in one of the other lines, right?
Well, Trax is just meaning that it's Trax money that we're distributing.
But if it's in a Trex line item, doesn't that limit what it could be spent on to something related to Trex? If it's in a budget expense line item?
Don't you have to use that for certain things?
It goes to paid use, like on our end, it goes toward what they owe us for drug screens and user fees. There's the clerk's office that's specified for copper fees, restitution.
But when you bring that money in, are we paying it out to even give it for whatever she's doing?
I write a check, yes, I write a check.
Yeah.
So that comes out of that Trex line?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we have a paper trail, who it's for, what account, what cause number.
Okay.
It's just kind of around in Mulberry Bush how we have to do it.
Okay, that makes sense.
It is like a mulberry bush.
Yeah.
Okay, any questions for Nancy?
No.
All right, thank you, Nancy.
Thank you.
Let's see. All right, we have Beth with us. Recorder's office.
Yeah, good morning, everybody.
Good morning. That's tab 18 in your book. Couple of budgets here. Let's start with the regular county general recorder's budget.
There's hardly any changes to that. Raise for the recorder.
Okay.
And I dropped one account down 120, another one, the total change was 2,690, and it's higher than last year. I have one machine that's so old it can't be under service agreement anymore, so that's dropped that down some. And I increased the seminars, like going to AIC and taking the classes, I increased that $200. And then with the recorder's dues goes up because it's based on your pay, 1%
Okay.
salaries.
Okay. Okay.
And then the deputies are included in that too. And so there's not a whole lot of anything that's.
Right, okay. Well, we'll flip the page then to the perpetuation fund. Anything there that you'd like us to know? That's a,
The invoices that we're receiving from US Imaging are quite less for that 29-year project. They should be done this month. I said at mid to end of August that they would be done, that we will have all the documents digitized and in our possession. And so that's come in quite a bit less. Which we paid the first part of it, and then we had the general fund pay the second invoice, and it was larger, but we had money was budgeted, so we did that, and then we'll probably pay the last one out of RPF, or should we use what's left in the general fund?
no, I'd use the perpetuation fund because that seems more appropriate for it. I mean, what it was designed for.
So, in the perpetuation, there's not a lot of difference there either. I put a little bit more into book repairs, and I'd like to get our plat book. I didn't put in quite enough. I have an estimate to have our plat book 1 totally, every page taken and put inside plastics because that's just falling apart. It's not lamination. It's preservation of the book. There's been consideration that we could do it ourselves, and Grace has even offered to help, but to buy the material and do it ourselves. But after getting this quote, it's $3,440 if we would go with this. But that's in the early stages. But I would like to get that plat book all to where it's preserved. They cut it. He said they cut it with a guillotine, and then they have like a 2-inch piece of tape on every page. And they would take all that tape off and then clean it and then put the pages in a plastic and have new tabs, a new cover. So, but I did not budget for that because that was an idea. At first I thought, well, maybe we'd try to do it ourselves, but we can't keep up with all that we have to do with redoing a book. And that's a company in Indiana that we would trust to to do that. But I have put in a little bit more in book repairs, I think maybe 1,000 more, and every year there's a gentleman that comes and repairs books. So that's on the, other than the raises for the deputies, that's
Yeah.
all.
Okay. Have you had any adjustment in your fees, recording
No
fees?
adjustment in fees, and we're down 843 documents. Like from August 11th of last year to this year, we're down 800 and some documents. So I think a lot of that is people aren't refinancing. I mean, when COVID hit and people were really, they were really going and getting refinanced at that time with the interest rates lower, and I don't know what that had anything to do with it, but
No, that makes sense.
the people were refinancing. We had so many mortgages in 2020 and 21.
Okay.
No, nobody's talking about raising fees.
Okay.
now.
Okay.
Alan, on the digitization of documents, it's, you know, it was 45,000 and now it's, for this one, it's zero. Is that the part of the money that's in the commissioner's budget now?
No. That was for the agreement we had with the recorder that we did last year.
Just
There
that
was a
one-time
separate,
thing.
that
Just
separate
that one-time
contract
thing, okay.
that we had entered into before we got too far down the road on that larger digitization contract. That's the one that Beth's referring to, that half was in here and half was from other county funds.
Okay.
Anything else? All right.
One more thing that we have is an ID protection fund that every document we bring in, we record, a dollar goes into that fund. And we're going to
Oh, yeah.
need that for this large, I do have a budget for that, for it's, which I turn into the auditor's office, I believe. 1160, I think is the number.
Yes.
But anyway, US Images is telling us they're gonna have to do some, like catching up on image charges. And I found out that it's $1,508 and I put in 1,000. So that's not like a big problem probably. And then we'll have to have a lot of, money, which I have 24,000 budgeted for this project to be redacted. Has to run through the process and make sure there's no socials in the documents, so the public can't get a hold of them. So, and I think some of the reason the project's gonna be lower is that we have less images. When they came in, they just did like a real quick, average of how many pages a document would be. And so that's why I think the images will be less, and that 24,000 will not be as high.
Okay.
And then we have to get in line with our programmer. They said, whenever we get that back from US Imaging, then we send it to them, and then they put us in line for it, because there was a lot of projects last year with that ARPA money, so we'll get redacted, and then it'll be all ready.
Okay. Very good. Anything for Beth? All right. Thank you.
Right, next to my last one.
Yeah. We'll have a celebration. We'll have a celebration next year.
I don't want to rush the lights, so.
Everybody good? They need another stretch here? Been another 90 minutes there. You good? You want to
Is everybody else
stretch?
good?
Stretch
Oh, let's
before
do-
we get into Rodney's.
It's a bit
Rodney's will be
long one. It's a long
Rodney's
one.
will be a little longer
It's a
one here,
longer
so.
one. Yeah, I'll go ahead and.
You want to stretch?
Sure,
Let's
I'll
take
stretch.
5.
Yeah,
Let's
I'll
take,
stretch.
let's take 5.
Stretching. Stretching.
Yeah, stretch.
Think you make it, buddy?
Yeah, I probably should stand up. I don't do that enough. Oh, my goodness.
Coffee, I need more coffee.
I've got too many things spread out. we've made a lot of progress, so. Health and the sheriff, I mean, the sheriff, there wasn't a lot in that budget that was gonna be. Over here, because several of these are ones that. A couple of these are ones where people aren't gonna be here, like EMA. The council budget and everything is pretty straightforward. It's where we stick everything else that's. The health premium and.
Everything but the kitchen sink.
Yeah. I don't think Renee's gonna have a lot on 911, but she. Yeah.
See my Casa kids today.
If we can all make it, I'd like to just plow through.
That's fine.
I can make it.
And I can make
Then
make
we can-
adjustments if I need to stay longer. I just need to let people know.
So Rodney, just remember, it's you standing between us and lunch.
That's what I was thinking, Rodney.
Always a dangerous position to stand between someone.
She's got too much time on her hands.
Uh-huh. Exactly.
I mean, we're in a, I guess there was money here this morning. I feel bad for the people who died, but we're, I mean, in this context.
Yeah.
She's interesting. I don't even know this woman. She sends me messages all the time about all kinds of stuff.
I didn't even know it was being recorded.
I didn't either until she sent that.
Oh, yeah. Because normally Tim stays here the whole time.
Yeah,
I didn't know it was on.
I thought it wasn't. I mean, I didn't, thought it wasn't. But
What do you have to do if you're sitting there watching?
Tell her she doesn't have
yeah, you're pretty bored.
No. Or you're just looking to be able to do something like that.
Exactly. You're looking for things to be irritated about.
Yeah.
I love it when he forgets. Like we're the same age and it makes me feel like I'm not the only one.
Do you have packets for us, Rodney?
For the second budget.
We asked Terry to bring us, you know, she could just bring a tray around,
Mine.
Right, is this it?
No.
I need to ask her if she has our computer report ready or something.
Our what report?
Computer report.
Not report, Al.
I thought you said.
Is that my pen, Al?
Is this it?
He said
Did I
you
see it?
Do we
Yep,
have snacks?
I think it is.
And
Where'd you have blue?
Can't Jerry have
Nope,
his
I had this
computer
box.
I'm sorry, I had all these pens laying around, and I just start grabbing. Yeah, I started writing in blue, so that has to be yours.
Yeah, this is mine.
Yeah, I'm
I
sorry.
remember it.
I was. I got a little grabby there.
That's all right.
I think Mark threw it at him actually, and then he just.
You guys ready?
Oh, your corn gone?
I don't have a gavel, but
Go.
You ready?
All your corn gone? You sold it all?
No, I've
Oh.
got a little bit left.
Oh.
Yeah, probably 15,000 bushels left. I'm hauling to some tomorrow, so.
Yeah, that's a lot, isn't it? How many did you start
Started
with?
500,000.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Wow, okay. I thought this was like a little project for your sons. It sounds like a big
Oh,
project.
you mean the corn?
Oh,
The
yeah.
sweet corn.
Sweet
I thought you
corn.
meant the field corn. I thought you, the big farm corn. No, the sweet corn. No, we've got 6 rows left, so
Okay.
we'll go through probably this next weekend.
Okay.
And then run out. I'm sorry, we were talking about totally different
Let's
things.
see, these guys are kicking butt.
Yeah. All right, let's jump back in. We've got Health Department, tab 13. And as we've talked about a lot here over the last few months, we've got, change in the air. We've had a state focus on public health, and there's been some monies that counties have the ability to opt into. Clinton County, you may have seen the chart that came out earlier in the week. It was not one of the ones that had opted in yet, but the commissioners are scheduled to deal with that coming up on their meeting on the 22nd. And so with those assurances that we had from previous meetings, then Rodney went ahead and put his budget together on the basis that those additional revenues were going to be in place, and we get one batch of increased funding next year and then another further batch of increased funding for the 25 budget year. And so Rodney's been looking at this a little bit as a 2-year kind of phase in, and so you'll see some of that here in some of the documents he has. So Rodney, I'll turn it over to you with that kind of that background.
Sure. And I assume we should go through the regular 1159 first.
Yeah, 1159 is the first in our
So,
list here.
I guess from my summary point, and then I'll let you pick up with any questions from there. It's a little newer area for me, and I conversed with Alan a few times in doing the budget. In the middle of this year, or in the earlier part of this year, we added on a new full-time administrator position, and then made our immunization nurse full-time, about $85,000 increase in the budget that we're currently on.
Yes.
So I have my reservations as to when we submit this to the state. I fully anticipate they might kick some of it back because that's a big jump. I've seen the trends over the 8 years I've been in charge. I conversed with Alan, not sure this is new sea to me, but I'm fully convinced that, as I told Alan, we have the money cash reserve on hand to cover the deficit of whatever the state will not allow in the tax levy for this budget. And I anticipated when I made the move for those 2 new positions, or a position and a half, that it may take a year or 2 of us filling some of that gap with cash on hand in order for the budget levy to catch up eventually. I'm fully of the mindset that the more expense need you show that's been approved by the council year after year, it helps with the levy to move up. With that in mind, if we move it aggressively like we did this year, we might have to pull some of that out of our pocket of cash on hand until the levy catches up. Does that make sense to everyone on how that? And again, Al and I are prophesizing this based on our experience in 8 years of time with this budget.
Well, I've already said once, sometimes there's hocus pocus down there that I don't know what they do.
Right.
So,
But with cash on hand, I feel like regardless, my anticipation is it might be 60,000 short, I don't know. What we are doing right now, though, is currently showing more need by making the move earlier in the year and incurring those expenses anyway. So I fully believe that has an impact on the tax levy decision as well. With that said, of course, we put in the prescribed recommended raise for individuals and associated Social Security and retirement. The only other real increases, I tried to keep this down as much as I could because, again, I know this is a big jump. We do have a continuation of general contractual services. That was 22,000. I think that's services and charges. That's in 300. That's what I want to say. It's line item 11 and 300.
Okay.
We have that now, and this is just a continuation of it. So that is one expense we didn't have in last year's budget until we added it this year.
and what is that?
And that is for the STI, STD coordinator.
Okay.
That we actually, just so we know, because we just had a meeting, I've determined with Health with Cecily and my idea that that's actually a part-time worker. And the hourly instead of a contractual, so we'll, like we're gonna do this year, we'll move that, once it's approved next year, up into, you know, 100s. because
Well,
it
we
truly
can, we can move it to the 100s right now.
Well, you can do that if you wish, I didn't know, that's why you guys
Right.
are here and I'm not, so.
Am I correct in that? We could just change that from an 03 to an 01 before it's approved?
You can have to make sure that you have the job description and
Oh.
all of that for.
We're working on that now.
Well, we'll leave it here for now, but if that all gets completed, I forgot about that process, but if that all gets completed, I think we can do that as long as we do it before the adoption in October. We could have it in the right place.
Sure, and then of course I'll have to additionally appropriate later in the year when, after January, the associated taxes that go with
Yeah.
that, which is less than 2,000, I think. The only other changes, security maintenance is a new item that I didn't have in the budget before that, put 500 towards is what we incurred this year for that maintenance agreement. Office rent went up about 1,500. I think I moved it about 1,500 up. We are incurring another office now from Healthy Communities, so we have expanded our space a little in the meantime. Memberships, which was under 92, line item 92. We are now paying for what's the fetal infant mortality review, and that is considered under a membership. We pay for Clinton County to be a part of the District 4 Tippecanoe County. So we took that bill, and Healthy Communities paid it a few years, and now we are paying that bill and will continue to pay that as part of the new core health services that the state wants the health departments to be involved in anyway. So those are the only increases. It's about, besides salaries, it's about, well, I'm sorry, I have one more, office equipment. And I can tell you right now, if I hire 2 new staff folks, that probably will have to go up anyway, but we did put some in there because we knew we were gonna be looking at some office equipment. So it's about $27,000 besides the raises that you'll see as an impact on the budget. I kept a lot of things out of it because I wasn't sure where we were gonna be with the tax levy. But I do know that you guys have worked with us well during the year, and as long as there's cash available, there's another expense item comes out. So we'll talk to you folks about it.
Okay,
That's the 1159 regular budget.
okay. So then that moves us to the 1161s, which I assume is the new.
That is correct.
The new-
According to our good auditor's office, they got in contact, I think SBOA helped them with that. That's where I'll go ahead and pass these out to you folks.
Can you pull up just while he's, what is the cash balance currently in 1159, Brett? Just to give us the perspective for what Rodney was explaining there. Okay, just so that you all can see that, related to the increase year over year. What was it? 883. Bear with us here, Rodney. We'll-
Sure, no problem.
Shuffling paper, I'm not very good at it. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I was gonna treat that one myself.
Right,
Sorry.
right.
That come out right?
Yeah.
Okay, 1161.
Okay, 1161, so probably the stapled together one, first one you wanna look at, that's from the state. The reason to look at that is it has everything that the budget was built from. What are the core services? How much should Clinton County expect for the first year and the second year, min and max? And as of, I think today, I believe I saw that there were at least 72 health departments, if not more, that have already opted in. Maybe 76 entities. There's 95 entities altogether in the state of Indiana. So we're currently
And that deadline's the end of the month, correct?
September 1st.
Okay.
So if we don't opt in by September 1st, we missed the boat. With that, you see there's the core health services, some definition of them, kind of a breakdown of where the money should be concentrated out there on the right-hand side of that as the 60-40. There's the caveat, as you'll see shortly, that 10% can be set aside as a improvement, capital improvements type situation, with the other 60-40 being dedicated to those particular health services. With that in mind, the next pages are showing you what I determined would be the budgetary amounts and how we were going to use them for the first year. The one with the little box down there on the right-hand side is kind of my pictorial of the new money and our regular money together and how much that was for a combined budget. On the left-hand side, you'll see where I've determined where the 60-40 is and also where the 10% is out of the year. And then from there, I went and did the budgeting of that money. And in the small box on the right-hand side was what I proposed when I first had a meeting about this not long ago with the council and commissioners, of what we would want to do first and foremost was just to look at a 20% increase in current staff salaries. The reason behind that is, as I've said many times now in meetings, we look at this, my budget over the last 8 years has been 78% is salaries and benefits. You tell me that for years Indiana has been behind and in the bottom tier of public health funding, and we're going to try to increase that by giving additional money. My first thought as administrator is I need to make my salaries more commensurate with what they should have been in comparison to other states all this time. So that 20% raise is what I'm proposing to get our staff folks back up to where we would think that public health should be, but also more importantly, what keeps us competitive with all the other counties who are going to opt in and try to do the same. So that percentage is there. It's only a small percentage, I think 21% of the total increase. And it includes all the taxes and associated perk benefits that go with it. The rest of the money you'll see on the next page kind of is listed, not pictorially, but as a list of exactly what items we're looking at, of which at the bottom are some of the ones that we are now partnering with other county entities to help us perform. Because we can't hire our way through all of these core health services. There would just be too many staff and not feasible. So we have to find the spectrum that works, which is part of it being full-time employees where the critical core services need to be overseen, part-timers, and then down to contractual partnerships with other entities, all of which is the model the State Department of Health and legislators wish to see. I think Alan can attest to some of that idea of that. It's not just for the local health department to keep all the money and do, they need reaching out to partners and touching other parts of the community. From that, I submitted a budget, as Alan said, on normal forms. So I'll let you guys review and ask any questions you wanted to ask.
We may have talked about this, and if we did, I've forgotten.
That's fine.
The 10% capital reserve.
Yes.
Are you intending that to be like the rainy day, or is that an actual
That
capital?
That just sits in the cash
Cash
reserve.
balance.
Yeah, I don't believe we can do more than one.
You don't have, I guess the point was, you don't have a capital project in mind that is to be executed in 2024 at this point in time.
The only one would be to buy the building that we're currently in.
Yeah.
Or if there's some way we can build onto it in the meantime
Right.
until that purchase comes on, which
Yeah.
is its own gray area that, but we need additional space to be able to take on.
That's just, but at this point, it's a placeholder.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm the guy that's always sticking money in my back pocket just in case. Yeah, it's kind of rainy days, but it's the amount we're allowed each year to earmark. You'll see I don't want to muddy things up, but I do have a pictorial of the second year, and you'll see I continue to look at putting that money away. Now, we may look later in the year and say we want to use that money for something else, and I certainly have that option. But I put it there aside just to start with. The other thing is that we don't know for certain. We're at the minimum, and I only budgeted the minimum. But if the other entities do not opt in, there will be some of the pie that might still be redistributed to those that did opt in. Sometime, we're gonna find out there might be
Right.
additional money,
Right.
so.
Do you have a sheet, have you created a sheet that shows everybody's total salary after, because they're kind of split?
Well,
Makes it hard
You know,
to,
you make an excellent point. The one thing that I kind of discussed both with my office manager and Britt and Cecily, I got away, I think, as long as I don't change the amount too high, that's what you said, it can't go any higher, but it can be a little lower. To actually move my salary and benefits into the new fund and then bring the raises that were individually down into the original 1159, so we don't have split payrolls every year or every month, every 2 weeks, really.
it'd make it a lot easier to,
That was my intent. After I couldn't do it when I'm doing this as in 2 phases, but yeah, I can see what your point is that no, they're not both together right now, but my intent would be to move them that way so that we can have an easier payroll system.
is that something you could put together and get to us?
Sure, certainly. I could still do that today and send it.
I mean, it can be just like a little Excel
Sure,
spreadsheet or something. I think it would help me process.
Certainly. Actually, I don't know. Yeah, I can do that, no problem. I know I've already figured it somewhere,
Okay.
so I can send it to you. But I immediately saw that as a problem. That's gonna be a lot of work for Cecily and a lot of work for my payroll clerk, doing split pays for every single employee. And I think I can just tweak that around, that maybe I lose $5 off my salary to keep it under, but at least it can be done that way.
Take a minute and talk about the new positions, the
Yes.
three new positions.
Okay, so the first 2 are nursing positions. They will be focused mainly on 2 of the areas we're seeing a lot of increase on. Number 1 is lead cases. If you're not aware, last year in July 1st, a new lead level threshold was lowered down that are requiring a lot more children to be tested, a lot more children to be followed up on if they hit that number. That is, I think my nurse currently has 65 cases on her desk that still need to have secondary testing and follow-up with our staff. So one of the things we're looking at is bringing on a nurse that can focus just on lead case management, to go out and do all the notes, all the case management, to help coordinate state people coming in and doing the environmental assessment, which takes special equipment to do. So that person would also then learn to do 2 things: backfill the public health nurse when they're on vacation or out of the office for something, and also with immunization nursing as well. The other focus area is tuberculosis, and we are required by the state to do directly observed treatment of any active TB cases identified in our county. The state don't send you any people to do it. They expect you to do it, and what that means is 7 days a week, you have to find that person, make sure that they take their medicines, and then ask them about a page and a half of survey questions. Go in and do all the notes for that. You would think that doesn't sound like a big deal, although it's 7 days a week, 9 months of the year, and it's not on our times. It's 8 o'clock at night, it's 7:30 in the evening, it's Saturday evening in the middle of, your dinner with your family. You gotta stop, call this person, or go find them. So that's been a big burden on the nurse for ever since COVID. She's currently got 3 people that she's doing that. So, and we expect that's gonna, the trend's gonna grow. That person also will additionally cross-train on nursing duties for the public health nurse, as well as the immunizations. Both of those positions will also cross-train on the STIs, to be able to fill in and do that as well. The third position is health equity. That's a big push from the state, from the core services that you'll see in there, health equity. In our case, what that means more than anything is someone who can speak Spanish fluently enough and work within all of our program divisions to make sure that no matter whether you can't speak the language, you're from a different culture, you're socioeconomically challenged, that our services won't be a barrier to you for some reason because of that. And we have a gal who's been piecemeal doing that for us, part-time when she can, and now with Health Equities being a big part of core services, as an umbrella over all of our particular areas, we find that that particular person needs to be filled to be able to do that on-the-spot translating. She probably puts in 10 or 15 hours a week of translating herself right now, and she's just doing it part-time.
Would that be the person labeled community health worker?
Yes, that is, yeah. It seemed to me that would be, because we're also going to cross-train her too, as Dana may have mentioned to you, Alan, to help with our two gals up front that do death and birth certificates and the cash receipting. So she's going to cross-train to learn to be able to go up there and fill in when there's a vacancy up there as well.
Okay.
Those are the three new positions. And then the rest of the money, you'll see some money in what I call would be contractual agreements that we're going to enter into with other entities. I think most of these that we currently are proposing are with Healthy Communities. They already do some of this work, and what we're going to do is now as health departments is start to put in some additional money to support those activities. I'll have to do it myself if I need to explain any of those to y'all. Okay, so that is on, that's not even on either of these pages, that's on the budget. Can you pull up that other budget for me by chance, 1161, we submitted? Yeah, yes. Well, no, the actual budget schedule, this piece.
Yes.
That's Form 1,
Yep,
yeah,
yep,
yep.
yep.
Because I didn't put it on this was all prior to that.
Okay.
If you want to see the actual amounts that we decided, that's where I'll be able to show you guys, and you probably have it.
And that's what we're looking at,
Yeah,
yeah.
so if you have a question on any of those, you'll have to remind me. I know roughly what I was looking at with maternal child health, which is one of the areas we do very little in right now. Thank you. We do very little in it right now, so that was one we wanted to strongly partner with the Healthy Communities on. Now, each of these line items, I'm thinking in the future, I'm trying to be less specific and label these as core health services, because we're gonna use these year after year, but it may be a different project the next year. So you'll see on there that it's MCH contractual project, 15,000. So rather than say specifically, like for them, they're gonna be working on stuff that has to do with maternal child health, which is prenatal care, prenatal visits, things that come up right after the birth, for instance, like the car seats, any of those type items, safety devices. That's stuff that Healthy Communities really already has been working in. There's no need for me to hire a new person to try to do the same thing. We would rather put our partnership together with them. Chronic disease is another one. Right now, I believe what we're looking at with them is they're doing a lot of the biometric screenings where they go out and help people with those health screenings. Again, I don't need to hire another person to do health screenings. I need to just help support what they're doing with health screenings. And again, get out there and partner with them to make sure that we can do a more broadly reviewed job of that. The fatality review. So I already mentioned in our regular budget, we have what's called the fetal infant mortality review. There are two other committees that are supposed to be established, and I'm not sure if the core services says so in there. They're probably doing like little acronyms under fatality. One of them is the childhood mortality review, which we don't have currently in the county, but we're trying to work with the prosecutor's office because they need to be the one that starts it.
It says child suicide and overdose.
And that's the other one, which the health officer is charged with now doing too as well. So those are two other committees that we're gonna need to form in this coming year, and that money that we're putting aside for their, part of that is, of the 7,500 is, Tippecanoe County will help us do all the data review for the childhood ones and the suicide ones, and they'll send that data to us, and then we'll be able to do the review boards that way. Currently, they are the ones that are doing all the big they are the ones that have a full-time person that does all this.
Okay.
And she's currently doing the infant mortality. So once again, we're gonna buy into the partnership, and get the membership through the District 4 to be able to have those new committees started. All of those are reviews that the State Department of Health thinks the local health department should be involved with. What we do with that is we look at trends, try to find solutions to things, whether it be infant mortality, child, or suicide and overdose situations. Getting more into that part of the business.
Okay.
But again, no need to hire someone full-time, need to just partner instead. And then finally, trauma and injury prevention. That's again another health core service that we've been partly involved with. Most of mine's been Narcan and Narcan training and Sharps containers that we do currently and have for years. But beyond that, we have partnership with healthy communities that they are already doing a lot of that too out there. So we're gonna, again, provide money to help them keep offering these services to the community. So that's the partnership, that's that completely other end of the spectrum, so to speak. And I guess you could call my hourly part-time STI is the middle of that spectrum. They're just a part-time person, but they have to be under our oversight a little bit because they can't apply treatment in certain cases after they've identified an infection without the RN overseeing that. So in that case,
They can't be a contractor.
Yes, and it doesn't need to be full-time right now either. It needs somebody in that middle of that spectrum. So we've tried to be reasonable with how we approach this and expanding services. That's really what we're doing. We're expanding services as much as we possibly can this year and then again the following year. Addressing areas that we wished we had time to do things for in the past and didn't have enough staff.
Do you want to give your little sneak peek look ahead at 25?
Sure. So again, what I've done so far at least is just budget out, give you guys the budget and what we're looking at for 2025. One of the things that Mr. Brewer had asked, and Alan too, was, you know, if you're going to give this percentage increase to your current staff, what's going to happen when you hire in these new folks that you're proposing at the $45,000 or $40-some thousand level? What will happen to them? Well, so what I've proposed is you'll see in that lower left-hand box, first and foremost, that's where we'll catch up. If they performed well in that first year that we've hired them, then we'll have them considered for an increase the second year. So that way, there's no disparity between employees' salaries, which Jordan made an excellent point that he saw that right away. Once again, you're seeing the min and the max for the second year. That's possible, and it's also on the stapled sheet that you first got. It's over there on the right-hand side. The first year the min-max was an average of the 3 years of our tax levy, which I had to figure myself. As you noticed on that staple sheet, they never figured it. They just said the average of 20, 21, 22. I figured it on my own. This time, they've got a figure already there of county match. So that county match is, and Alan, you correct me if I'm wrong, that's the amount of money that at least needs to be maintained out of the current tax levy and matched by the county's funding to be able to qualify for the additional money.
It would be the monies we're already spending in 1159.
Yes,
It's just
exactly.
money we're spending.
Yeah.
The minimum amount of that at least. And it changes depending on the min or max for that.
The idea being they don't want us to take this money and then get rid of 1159.
Yes, stripping it out
Yeah.
would certainly negate it all, basically.
Yeah.
You certainly can see that the first year. The second year, it's a little different, but now, budgetarily, again, I've combined all the budgetary monies together just as a min, and once again, that means I only added the min county max in there, or the min county match. And again, Alan and I will tell you that the other discussion is, does the council at their discretion decide to continue to allow the full levy to come to 1159, or are they only going to allow the min to come? That's something that me as administrator will have to know at some point. Doesn't mean you have to decide today, but that is a decision coming to you folks come the second year. Because, you know, obviously, I think currently our tax levy is somewhere around 300,000. You can easily see that at 161, that still leaves money available. But I combined it all together with just the men to start with. Once again, you'll see the 10% broken out, and it includes the first years as well. And then 60 and 40 are also put there. So that gives you an idea what the budget's gonna grow. As to what we do with that money, we haven't sat down and completely discussed that yet. I suspect there might be another position might come out of that, but I can tell you that now, but I also can tell you if we don't get the building situation solved, then I probably will have to hold off on that because I can't start parking people on top of each other, so. And again, we're working with Healthy Communities Board and others to try to, like I say, we looked at putting on a small addition to that building, which would take the pressure off for another year or so and allow us to have some growing room at the same time. Work those details out with Alan on, and Tom probably on how legally that can be done, so. I'll stop talking.
That's a lot of stuff.
That is a lot.
Go back to the 20% increases. You had mentioned you put the 6% in on the 1159.
Yes.
So that's part of what I was wanting to see if I could look at the numbers all together.
Sure.
But does that mean there's 14% in 1161 to total 20?
No, it'd be 20 just out of the 1160.
20 on top of the 6.
Yeah, I didn't have any idea what you guys were gonna add that. I just had that set in my mind. Yeah, that would
20 instead of 6, not on top of.
on top of.
On top of,
Yeah.
okay.
Irregardless of the fact.
So the way it shows right now, the base salary is in 1159 and your proposed salary increase is in 1161.
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I could match the line items up correctly to know what increase went with which base.
And that also is that the 3 new positions in 1160 are at a introductory rate of 40,000 because they won't get a raise until the second year. That's part of that proposal or that paper. Trial year to see how they work out. But I did note that Jordan made a good point that everyone else is at a certain level. You've got these new folks coming in, and at some point you're going to want them to do something.
Okay.
And are you trying to give me your rationale for such a large increase?
Mm-hmm. You want me to give you my rationale?
Yes,
Well,
please.
again, I look at it as though Indiana has been 47th, 48th in the nation for the whole 20 years I've been in public health, up and down that scale at the very bottom. When you look at my budget, almost 80% of it is salaries and benefits. So when you're giving me more money to finally do more and do it well, part of that is me finally saying, okay, now we can finally start giving folks salaries that are more commensurate with what their counterparts in other areas are going to be making too, or in another state. Because we were 47th or 48th in the nation, and it's not that I have 80% of my money in programs, it's in the people. And it's those people that were being underpaid all those years. I know we're not trying to compete with private sector, and trust me, we're not there yet by any means, but we're trying to, longevity of public health staff is critical. I can tell you in this case, we've got people that went through a pandemic, several of them there, that, years from now, that is gonna be critical experience. We don't like to see folks move, onto another job if we can help it. The fact is that it takes about 2 years to get a public health person trained up to speed after they come on board, before they finally feel comfortable enough with all the legislators and the rules and how to actually enact them to get them to be able to work on their own without, direct supervision every day. So, and once you put that and the overall picture is, if we're gonna put this kind of investment now into public health finally, let's make sure we keep the people that we got here that will put so much time and effort into training, doing the program.
The budget, as you show it now, is that still based on 32 hours? Or is that
everybody except for the immunization nurse, the new full-time positions at 35.
Okay.
And there is a request in to move the food inspector to 35, but I haven't got an answer on that yet. But everything else is still stuck at 32 right now. Because it's my understanding I'd have to get approval from both you and the commissioners before I would. So we've been there ever since we all stopped working or having Thursday afternoon closed. So, and quite honestly, even if I
Does the whole
desire to
department,
move
does
them,
the whole department need to be at 35?
Uh,
Because of that? I mean, you're
it's-
open Thursday afternoon, right?
We are, and
Yeah.
usually I cover that myself, typically when I've been trying to cover that span ever since we changed 4 years ago. I know I have some single parents in there that, as you were in the same meeting I was when I tried to explain to HR why when you hire someone in at 32 to suddenly stomp on them and make them 35 might be a bigger impact than what you think it would be, because they're single parents and they have already built their schedules around that. But I think there's certainly room to look at moving them eventually. But as all of you know, my budget's been so strapped for years, even if we wanted to move when you guys changed, we couldn't have. We didn't have the money to. We wouldn't have been able to pay that kind of money to all of the department, there's no way. So up until this year, we've never really had that option anyway.
Where would these increases put your level with other similar counties, rural counties, as far as how much other counties' health departments pay their staff?
If you're looking at right now salaries, probably a little above it. But understanding that 70, some of them have all opted in, I would suspect that a majority of them are going to try to do, I've talked to a lot of other administrators, and I know their intent. Matter of fact, one of the presentations for Madison County on how to do the budgets about 3 weeks ago I watched, she had the same thing. She had her staff increases in there as well. So I expect that other administrators are going to try to do the same thing I'm doing. I don't like to hire and rehire and retrain people all the time. I've replaced that public health nurse in 8 years 3 times already. Food inspector twice. Environmental person was me, or I would have replaced myself twice. So, that's hard on progress for anything that we're doing, because we have to go back and reset typically, and then train for 2 years. So, public health nurse, an RN that's out there in the real world makes about 89-some thousand a year starting now. I have an RN that's got 15 years experience, and she's making less than 60 a year right now. Now, she's not working quite as many hours, but even with the hours adjusted, she certainly isn't near the same salary. And we're not trying.
She's also probably doing something she wants to do rather than be in them.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. But the biggest part of my situation is if we're gonna start putting significant investment into public health programs and staff like we are trying to do, we really need to think about retention of those employees that are there and that have all those years of experience.
Has the state given, and I should know this, and I apologize, but
Sure.
has the state given an indication that we'll stay consistent at that 2025 level of funding going forward?
I have no reason to believe they won't, but as you and I both know, those politicians down there at the
I mean, is
state
it gonna
level-
always be subject to the next state biennial budget?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think that the whole intent has been that they move forward. They actually asked for a 5-year
Yeah.
commitment, but the legislators wanted to go to their normal set, which is every 2 years. I can't fathom how they would go backwards once they start moving forward.
Well,
Because they're doing away with other funding that's been in place for years, that's a small amount. So you're trading off $360,000 for $59,139, I think. That was the original state grant monies. I can't fathom how they did
Yeah,
that.
that was good. That was my question. I was gonna apologize to everybody, saying,
No.
maybe you've already discussed this. What
No.
happens in 26, 27?
Right.
So what happens if the funding is stopped in 26 or 27?
I mean, there has to be an
And
understanding
then
that
all
that
of a
goes
sudden,
away.
it's this big.
Sure,
I mean-
I would suspect that would be, but I would think we would have to get guidance from the state as well. The one thing I can assure you now is we're gonna get a heads up, and we won't be the only ones in that boat.
That's
We'll all
right,
have
that's right.
So with that many entities already involved at that many county levels, I think they surely did their due diligence to think about this before they ever pass it, that what kind of impact that would have if they only did it for 1 or 2 years.
It wouldn't have any impact.
No. I think
Just
it would
cause
be,
chaos.
it'd be an exercise in waste.
It would just cause chaos.
Yeah. So, you're the elected officials like they are. I only have to count on that they're as wise and as intuitive as you folks are in thinking that we don't want to go through this dance if we're not going to continue to keep our chips. I fully expect that they'll roll it out in every 2-year intervals. And they may look, if they see the data come in like I know they will, they'll likely perhaps consider increasing it at some point.
I only have one question, because I don't know the answer to this, on the,
Yeah.
on this form, so
Yes.
it says, spend at least 60% on these core services and 40% on these core services, but it doesn't, there's no restrictions as to how much of this new money can be spent on salaries, because as long as the people are doing
Exactly.
this and
They
this.
fall in those, and majority of those are already in those categories.
Okay.
If 40% is not exceeded, I have 2 people that are in environmental that would be, the rest of them kind of fall into those other categories. So yeah, that still falls into that, so.
Good question.
Yeah, it is a good question. And we're all kind of learning together right here, right now on some of this. I'm doing just like you guys, trying to make this money work the very best that we can for all the work we're having to do in order to do it.
Okay.
I can tell you, and you can verify on your own, I know the state just went through a salary survey, and all state employees were given about 20-some% raise. Because I know several of them that told me they got significant raises at the State Department of Health. So if that makes you feel any better, that's the trend that the state came up with.
All levels, all positions, or just?
Yeah,
okay.
all out, yeah.
Okay.
Because Steve Urie's just in field staff management. Craig Rich is now at the State Department of Health, and yeah, he said he got a significant raise, didn't even anticipate it, so. The salary surveys were what they said, we've long been out of alignment.
Okay.
And unfortunately, I know it's a big number, but I can assure you that a lot of what's been keeping some of our folks going all this time is they love what they do, otherwise they've been gone. Because a lot of them are single parents that are struggling. I mean, my public health nurse got priced out of the housing market in Clinton County. You think about that, she's a professional, a salaried individual, she couldn't afford a house here in Clinton County during the time that she was living. She had to buy just north of the county to be able to find a house. But she's tired of renting. So I know I've got 4 single parents there right now. I'm not the only office, I know there are others that are in the same boat, but I do know that is a never mounting concern.
Well, and health is basically the basic necessity of life. If people aren't healthy, they can't be educated, they can't be financially stable, so health is the most important thing. It's just a lot to take in all at once.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is. And then that's why it took the legislator a while to decide what they were going to do and how they were going to do it.
So I do want you all to take some time before September to digest all of this. Well, if you could get us that chart that shows everybody's total salary, I think that would be helpful.
Yes.
And then we can revisit in September. But this gives us all the information we need to have that discussion. So thank you for the detailed explanation. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you for the 8 years of experience, so I can be able to give all that presentation.
Well, you earned the 8 years. We didn't do that.
Well, it's been your guys' support just as much. I mean, it's been a learning experience.
Creative job.
And I think, like I say, the one good thing is all of the people of Clinton County benefited from it. Because only us know how close that we were. I mean, you gotta remember, the Carroll County Health Department shut down 2 years ago, and they're still rebuilding. And part of that was, COVID and everything else, but part of it's just, they're that fragile, basically. And that's how quickly, and I know Montgomery County shut down several years ago, for a couple of years. I don't know about, you guys aren't commissioners, but fortunately for you, but where do those calls go to when you don't have a health department any longer? Because they're not gonna be going to the health department, they'll be going to the elected officials at that point. So without your guys' help keeping this up where we need to be, keeping us in the black, like we are, then we wouldn't be where we are.
And I will say that when I started in public health, working in public health in like 2008, 2009, I was shocked at the state of some of the county health offices and what little they provided to their counties, and the lack of connection from the state health department to those counties. There was like no connection at all. So this is a huge step
It is.
that the state now wants to be more connected, and I think that's beneficial to all. I will say that Clinton County Health Department, along with their partner Healthy Communities, is the shining star in the state right now. So people are looking at what's going on here as to what it should look like everywhere. So it's a good thing. I mean, Laura was just asked to be put on a state board, so, by the governor. So.
Yeah, good comments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Randy.
Appreciate it. Hope your day's short. Hope you enjoy your lunch.
All right, thank you.
Bless you.
Joe, come on up. Veterans Affairs, tab 25.
25.
No doubt.
Move these tabs back and forth.
Here's another department where we get tremendous leverage for our investment. I don't know how much money, do you ever total up how much money you bring into the county?
It's like 4.5, 5 million.
Yeah.
Is that all?
Is that, yeah.
Well, that's not counting my salary.
Yeah,
You
it's,
know, it fluctuates because one of the problems I have is my veterans are dying off.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the new ones are not really as energetic about applying for benefits. So I just do what I can do. I know this new PACT Act, I processed in the last 4 days, I did 25 claims.
Wow.
I used to do that many in 6 months. So a lot more people are applying.
Okay, great.
A lot of that's all the TV advertisements.
okay.
If you watch TV, you know the Campbell Junior water is bad.
Yep.
Bad thing about that was it actually started in 1958, but now they're just getting ready to, the lawyers are after this money. That's what a lot of it's about. Can I adjust my salaries 25% now? I just thought I'd ask. Okay.
It's 26%.
26.
Get it right.
Yeah,
Okay,
26.
so, my budget's pretty simple.
Yeah.
I don't do a lot of fluff. I don't do, come to you guys for money. I think you guys have been very generous to me, and I appreciate you guys, and I'm here to answer questions and do anything I need to do. We're also a shining star in the state as far as our county, the memorial and the things that I do. I'm probably recognized more than Congressman's representative in my office yesterday, and couldn't believe how much I actually do. Some of you guys have crossed paths with me in my work. One thing I do that a lot of people don't know is every veteran from Clinton County that passes away, I try to attend their funeral or viewing and pass out governor's memorial certificates. I know a couple people I've talked to, never heard of them, as far as county VSOs. So I think we're ahead of the game there. But
We are.
I know you guys are wanting to go to lunch, so you guys fire away and I'll try to defend myself. Clarkson would always go after me about salary, because my addition and subtraction is not always correct.
It looks fine to me.
Looks great.
This will be the last year you gotta put office rental in there.
Pardon?
The last year you'll have to put office rental in there, cause you'll get to
Well,
move into the new building.
I
Yeah,
hope so.
Yeah.
I really appreciate the movement forward to get me back into an office that's bigger than a closet.
yeah.
But I will make do. I mean, you guys that all dealt with me know that.
Well, we've made a couple of adjustments over the last couple of years, but this one's pretty much a carryover budget with the prescribed increases. So I don't see anything. Either of you new people have any questions for,
No.
for Joe on what he does and what? Okay. Well, thank you for taking the time to come over. I feel bad that you had to wait that long for
That's okay.
a 2-minute presentation, but
Yeah, I mean, I feel I need to appear here because if I'm not available to answer your question, if you got one back there, they tend to multiply and grow, where if you hit them off in the beginning, I think it works better.
That's true.
Putting a face with who I am. Bad thing about that is everybody under's known me for years. I mean, is that good or bad?
Hey, thank you for all you do.
No problem. Thank you guys for
Okay.
what you do.
And your best qualification is how much you care. Thank you.
That's true.
All right, thank you. You guys have a great day.
All right.
Joe.
See you, Joe.
If you're lucky.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Bye-bye.
Renee, Central Dispatch.
I wanted to make, I caught when I was reviewing stuff yesterday. Central Dispatch,
Okay.
her first, the dispatchers, I neglected to change, there's 16 dispatchers.
I gotta find the right tab. What tab are we?
21.
21.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm behind.
So there's 16 and 12.
Let me see if I actually salary.
Okay, so, yeah, Fund 4958, Central Dispatch, that should be 16.
Yeah, there is 16. I forgot to change the salary, 49 would be the salary now.
16 instead of 2?
No, the next budget. Go to the
Oh,
next
the
budget.
next budget.
You're on 911. If you go to the Central Dispatch budget,
Got it.
there you go.
49,000 what?
Zero,
$40.
040.
040.
So is the requested amount correct then?
Request amount's correct.
Okay.
It's just you have to go into that line every year and change the.
Description.
Yeah. All right, I appreciate you noting that right here on the top.
16.
16 at 49040.
784,640 bucks.
Okay. Thank you for that. So on our budgets, Renee, the 911 is top.
Okay.
So if you want to start with that one.
So, to kind of explain, if I can do that a little bit ahead of time, because I've kind of got some things in both budgets.
Okay.
I know that last year I kind of alluded, and I'd been talking like it was time to increase our staffing. We have stayed at 12 dispatchers and 4 shift supervisors since we started in 2011. And with times have changed, we are getting busier with continued adding of additional officers from both city, the county. Frankfurt Fire is looking to add an additional fire station. It was time that I looked at adding personnel. So in this, and this is just to play around with, and we can play around with it today and into September. I have added 4 dispatchers. So for 911, I kind of split it up because I wasn't sure where we wanted to go. Alan and I've met, we even met with the city and had a conversation as well about things. So 4 dispatchers, I put 4 in my central dispatch budget. I put 2, because I thought if I needed to split and put like a couple in, I wanted to have them for advertising purposes.
Okay.
So we can decide at some point where we end up if we decide to add those 4. But I just wanted to have 2 in this one, but probably would prefer to have 4, just do all 4 in the central dispatch.
Okay.
But I wanted to have that in there. So to explain that, so then now moving into the 911 budget. So that's where those 2 dispatchers, typically in our 911 budget, is strictly my salary, the assistant directors, and the 4 shift supervisors, which are always, they're broke out. We actually have 3 that are shift supervisors. The 4th shift supervisor is also the training coordinator, so she has additional duties. So, and then this year I also would like to add, we have 3 people that are bilingual. And there are many times, we do have language line, but that takes time where we have to connect to a translator. When those girls are working, we can get the information really quickly. And so I added one of those in our, is one of my shift supervisors, so that is why I put the bilingual stipend. I don't know how we would do it, if it's just a 200 or if we would spread that out in each person's salary, but that's why I would like to do that. The other two are in the central dispatch budget that we'll talk about here in a little bit, but that is a new thing that I added this year.
Okay.
That's something that, I mean, they are bilingual, it's a huge benefit to us to have when we
Should-
have those calls.
Should that be times 3 then on that 200, or
Well,
was you looking at
because
200 per person?
she's just per person, so, and she's out of this budget now.
Oh, I
And
see,
the other
I see.
two that we have employed right now are in my
Okay,
dispatch budget.
I'm
so-
sorry, I
No,
gotcha.
you're fine. So, again, that's something new that I did add in this year, and I'm not sure how we would, do that. If it would just be if it just becomes part of like their salary, so, moving on down, I had the, it was the percentage that we were directed to add in. Moving on, everything, our, telephone, those are all circuits and things like we have to pay for each year, under our 03 with CenturyLink and CenturyTel and those. There is a new line item for ACCS, and you'll see that amounts for $2,400. And that is the connectivity between the Frankfort Police Department and us for our radio backup system. So that is new, and that's what that is. And I got that amount from Tim. So that would be a new, something in addition that we've not had before.
Is that to the department or to your 2 extra stations out there?
It's for the 2 stations
That
connecting.
we're linking.
Yeah, the radio stations connecting back to
Okay.
the dispatch.
It's equipment or service or?
It's services, yeah, the
Yeah.
connectivity
Okay.
between, yes, yeah.
You're in digital services, it's split out, is that?
Yeah, so in digital, I kind of split it because we have, in digital does our networking for our 911 as well.
Okay.
But that's also our equipment for 911 with our
Leasing,
phones and
okay.
things like that. And so I felt it was better to separate it out. Up above, the 03 is a new line item, the 17,288. It's always been just all thrown in under the in digital lease, but I thought it would be better to split that portion out. It's nothing, it's a new line, but that amount, I just split it out from my in digital lease, which is on down at
Okay.
030015.
Yes.
Because, so it is a new line, but not new money.
Okay.
The total amount would be the 17,288 plus
Plus.
The 22.
the 22,000, and I split it out I liked seeing it better that way, knowing that it was more networking up above.
Yeah, so it's still up about 6,000, but it's
Yes,
understandable.
The Motorola Spillman maintenance, that's a guess for me, always in the past, when I call and say I'm preparing my budgets. Spillman, which was bought out by Motorola, they always used to give me an exact amount so that I would know moving into next year. Yeah, they don't do that anymore. They informed me that it is, they said just count on a certain percentage and just add. So I am hoping that that is enough. I don't know. I'm very disappointed in them. I love our Spillman system and stuff, but for me, Motorola is becoming, even though I totally am for them with the radio, but like them adding the Spillman, to me, they're kind of like AT&T. They've become too big for the britches and things, and difficult to deal with on this side of things. So I do hope that the 10,000 I think is enough. But I don't know until I get my bill in January what that's gonna be. Where before I always knew the exact amount.
Okay. Anything else in 911?
I think everything else is pretty, Nixle and all of those things. Crossroads, that is the one where we've entered, that is reduced, amount, and that's the one that I came to you and the commissioners. We entered into the 3-year agreement, so it'll be 11,000 for 3 years,
Okay.
and that's our mapping for our CAD.
Yes.
And then we will continue on with our Motorola lease. I think we will have 3 more years of that, of the 94,552. Anybody has questions? Again, we're kind of using it, into our cash balance. Our 911 fund for a long time was the one that we were letting build up, and that's how we were paying for a lot of the new things that we were getting was that money. We were paying for that. So we're now getting into, our cash balance. That's okay. We needed to use that.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, we knew we had some big projects, and we just did the hardware refresh with our phone as well. So that came out of this and will be coming out of this.
Okay. Central Dispatch, 4958.
Okay. So again, this is where I did add the additional 4 dispatchers to take us to 16 dispatchers, and again, the
So it's
other-
adding a station.
This is adding
for 4
fifth-
shifts.
Yes, so currently we have 4 dispatch positions, and if somebody's off on vacation, we have 4 on a shift when we're at full staff, minimum of 3. This will take us to 5 on a shift, minimum of 4. It's quite scary anymore.
Yes.
I mean, with lunch hours and things, when we do have 3 on, everybody gets a lunch hour. And yes, nobody's leaving if we're busy, like we don't do that, but you could walk out the door and it hit the fan, and
Yeah.
they need to be there then. Not that people will come back, but by the time we get them back, even if they're, at Speedway,
Yeah.
we needed them before. And it's, times are changing, and so I feel like it's imperative that we keep up, because we're starting to struggle. And we are kinda, not to jinx us, but we've had struggles for the last 1.5 years with personnel. We've had people for multiple reasons. Some people just can't do it. It's not for everyone. I've had a couple girls that, no matter, they were the nicest girls you could ever meet. They can't multitask. It was a lot. You have to be able to multitask. One girl, she came to me, she wanted to do the job, but mentally she could not. She said, I stress about it when I go home, because it isn't for everybody. It's not for the weak. You hear things that,
You can't unhear.
we're not
Yeah.
right. I mean, we're not seeing those things, but sometimes that's just as bad, hearing those things. So, but we have 2 girls that I think we're going to successfully complete training. They're in phase 2 and doing well. I have another one that she is starting the 28th. She's a dispatcher from LaPorte County. She just happened to call. She has only done fire and EMS up there, but she's moving to Lafayette, and she just happened to call and say, are you hiring? So I came in on a Sunday to interview her, so she's going to be starting, and I'm excited about that, because it's somebody that has some experience. And once our other 2 girls are out of training and Madeline starts, then I'm going to hire, we will have 1 more person, and then I can finally promote the assistant director's position. But that position's just had to stay open, because for me, that would be selfish of me to fill that spot when we are so short. I needed
Right, yeah,
people
yeah.
sitting in the
Front
seat.
line, front
Yes,
line.
that was the priority. So we're getting there. I'm excited. I think we're getting there again. So, but along this, in this, everything's about the same, except down below the Shelby products. We lease our chairs. They're the 24/7 dispatch chairs. We lease those.
Okay.
So that increased because I needed to add a 5th chair if we are able to move forward with hiring that 5th position.
Okay.
ESO Solutions on the next page, that is where before it was always included in our Motorola. That's where we pay for the fire. If you remember, we have always paid for the fire reporting.
What line item is that? We don't.
030040.
Okay, we show that as Spillman Fire.
Or, yes,
Fire.
so it was Spillman Fire. I've renamed it to ESO. I am no longer going through Motorola and Spillman. they were always like the third party. We paid Motorola and then they paid that portion to ERS. We've had a nightmare of, I get this bill from ERS and ESO are one and the same, but I got,
And what is that?
it's their fire reporting for all the fire departments where
Okay,
they.
okay.
So our Spillman, when we add a call in Spillman, it pushes the information to their fire reporting, so all the fire departments can then get in and do their reporting. And, I get an invoice from ESO saying I owe $29,000. I absolutely do not. I paid Motorola in January. I've dealt with this. Marcia and I dealt with this for months. And I'm like, and ESO said, yeah, Motorola's not doing that. They're not paying us. And it took me forever. We just last month got our money back from Motorola. I said, you give me that money and I will pay ESO directly. Then I got an invoice just yesterday that told me I owed Motorola $29,000. So they got an email from me yesterday. So anyways, and it's going to be cheaper, going direct, and that is a good amount, the 21,000, that is a good amount now, so. I decreased my mileage because we don't go a lot of traveling or anything, so I did decrease it. I think everything else, is remaining the same on down, and then when you get to the back is the large, the Shelby Company, that is adding, this 5th position and replacing the 4 positions that we have as far as the consoles.
Okay.
So,
5 new consoles.
yes, so our consoles have served us well.
Those are the originals, right? Yeah.
They are the originals. Technology has changed a lot. And if we're gonna add the 5th position, I would like to add all 5 new consoles. So, they now have their own lighting. You know, I have dispatchers who like the dark. You know, we have overhead lighting, but now, you know, a lot of these consoles now come with lighting at each position, different things, technology's changed. And so that's this large amount, this 100,000 is, would replace the 4 and add the 5th console. All the computers and everything are the same at the 4, but then you'll see I added computers and peripherals, I hate that word, of 2,000, because we would need to add computers, and I told Tim I felt like that needed to come out of my budget and
Yes.
probably not his.
Yes.
And so that would add the computers we need at that position.
So to put it in, I just looked, that cash balance in that fund's 1.1 million. So we got plenty of money to, and we were saving it for that type of stuff.
Yes.
So we did meet with the city and inform
Yes.
them of adding the 5th position. We did ask whether they could increase their contribution out of the public safety lit. They said that theirs was.
We wanted to leave the towns alone.
We wanted to leave the towns alone, but they said theirs was all committed to the new police station already, and they didn't have any that they could shift. And so for now, we're gonna utilize some of that cash balance and see how this works.
Yes.
But I've known since we started that there could be a day when, you know, it was gonna be hard to get the other entities to go beyond their original commitment, and if costs started to outrun that combined pot of money, that it would be county's responsibility, and we're kind of there, but we've got the money to do it with at the moment. So,
I visited last week,
Yes.
the dispatch area, and I was very, very, very impressed with the staff and Renee's clear thinking about the future and what's to come. So, very, very impressed.
okay, any other questions for Renee? Very well thought out. I mean, it's a longer term view, but it's an appropriate longer term
It
view.
is. I mean, like I said, the officers, you know, the agencies have been adding officers, and we've, you know, and they only take the one call we give them at a time.
Mhm.
We're taking them all. Yes, are there quiet times? There are, and there are times where 4 is not enough and 5 is not enough. You know, you just never know from one day to the next what you're gonna get. And I don't want us to be chasing our tails.
And speaking of that, chasing tails, do you get, I know you get calls for dogs and cats and things, but do you get them during the day, 8 to 5? Because the Humane Society, I'll talk to you personally, but.
You're fine.
But you do get them during the day?
All
Okay, good enough.
the time,
Okay.
because, and I know you've been having.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't answer their phones.
Okay.
They don't answer their phones. And we get those calls nonstop. Even calls and people are angry with us because they don't answer their phones and they're trying to adopt an animal.
And they're calling the 911 line, or are they calling the administrative?
No, all of our admin lines,
Okay.
because we're there 24/7. And the amount of calls that we take for the Humane Society.
So are those documented in some way, on your
Some
call,
are-
your volume?
Some
on your-
are, like if we have to call them and say, hey, there's a vicious animal, but like just random, no, I'm sorry, you just need to call back and leave them a message, and but we get those.
So when you give your annual report to us, where does that show up? That call, that's that they can't reach
Well,
the Humane
because
Society?
because we title them animals, sometimes there's animal problems that I can find it where ones that we've created like a unit number, we have like officers as unit numbers, we have Humane Society and Animal Control. They're one and the same for us, but we have like one, whatever unit number, I don't know, 010's Animal Control for city calls, 003 is
Probably should
Humane
know those.
Society. Bert has those, cause
Okay.
I've seen some, yes, I have seen
So,
some, yes.
That's how we keep the difference, even though for us, that's all animal control that we're calling, but we have them so that we can look at who's going in the city and who's going in the county. And
Okay.
I'm gonna tell you, significantly more calls in the city than the county. Huge difference. The
Okay.
calls that we have for them in the city are far outweigh
Oh, yeah.
the county.
Good question.
Oh, sure.
So, yes.
Well, if you want to send me a little email on
Okay,
just
yes.
give some more facts, because
Yes.
I saw a couple responses that you had,
Yes.
to Cheyenne or somebody over there or something about,
Yes.
yeah,
We've had some issues.
okay,
Yes.
very good. But I was told to answer their phones, so yes, okay,
Yes.
all right.
Okay. Anything else for Renee?
Thank you. Thank you for all you do.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, very good.
How's it going?
We're
Moving
doing
along?
okay.
Don't hear our stomachs growling yet.
Yeah.
Okay, do you want to stop for lunch?
Yeah, since Wanda Mitchell doesn't bake it, and she's not here
I
anymore.
know
is
she
it?
doesn't.
Really, the sheriff and all of the
We
corresponding
have 7 more to go.
law enforcement is the big one.
What time are they coming?
Well, we haven't
We're
called them
breaking
yet.
for lunch,
Okay.
so we don't have anyone on deck.
Okay, and so then we're going into the afternoon quite a ways.
No, I don't know that it'll be quite a ways. I mean, really, we've got the one, everything else will be very quick, outside of the sheriff. And he's got some new positions we'll need to hear about.
Anybody got an estimate? I need to make a couple changes with my afternoon
Sissy, I'm gonna
schedule.
share your son's story. When he was over and they was busy, the dispatch.
2 o'clock,
center,
Carol. Say 2 o'clock.
And, he said, they said, yeah, we're busy like this all the time. And he
I
said,
didn't
yeah.
have much time.
He says,
Yeah, I mean, it's.
I just got
go
off
over to the
at
coffee
whatever
shop and grab
time.
a donut or
In
something.
8 hours, we handled 500 calls.
I'd like to think we could come back
Yes.
at 1, but I'm not
Yes.
sure they could handle us
Yeah, we're nothing compared to them.
Yeah.
at Arnie's. But
Oh, yeah, that's true. Well, they couldn't.
Boone County came up to see me today.
Oh.
They're looking at switching possibly to Silicom, so their number 3 and their director came up and met with me this morning. So
Okay.
just to look at things.
So what time